කරණීයමන්ත කුසලේන යන්තං සන්තං පදං අභිසමිංච සක්කෝජුච සුජුච සුවචෝචන්ස මුදු අනතිමානි සන්තුන්සකෝච සුභරෝච අම්පකින්චෝච සල්ලහුකවුන්ති සන්තින්ද්‍රියෝච නිපකෝච අම්පගම්බෝකුලේසු අනුනුගින්දෝ නචකුන්දං සමාචරේකින්චි යේන විඤ්ඤූ පරේ උපවදෙයුම් සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝ ඒකේචිපාන භූතන්ති තසවාතාවරාවා අනවසේසා දීඝාවායේ මහන්තාවා මංජිමාරංසකානුකතුලා දිත්ථාවායේව අන්දින්තා යේච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතාවා සම්භවේසීවා සම්බේසන්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතන්තා නපරෝ පරං නිකුම්බේත ඥාති මඤ්ඤේත කන්ත චිනං කංචි ව්‍යාරෝසනා පටික සංඥා ඥාඤ්ඤමඤ්ඤං සදුම්කමිච්ඡේය මාතා යතානියං පුන්තං ආයුසා ඒක පුන්ත මනුරංකේ ඒවම්පි සම්බභූතේසු මානසං භාවයේ අපරිමාණ මින්තංච සම්බලෝකස්මින් මානසං භාවයේ අපරිමාණ උන්දං අදෝචතිරියංච අසංභාදං අවේරං අසපන්තං තින්ඨං චරං නිසින්නෝවා සයනෝවාය අවතංස විගතමින්දෝ ඊතං සතින් අදින්තේය බ්‍රහ්මමිතං විහාරං ඉදමාහෝ දිට්ඨිංච අනුපගම්ම සීලවා දන්සනේන සම්පන්නෝ කාමේසු විනය්‍යගේදං නහි ජාතු ගම්බසේයං පුනරේති
于双足有情中，最胜之等正觉，正坐于中央。交陈如立于东，东南为大迦舍；舍利弗立于南，西南为优婆离；阿难陀立于西。东北为卡温帕底，目犍连立于北，东北为罗侯罗。如斯蒙佛度化，诸圣贤阿罗汉，足依肃立两旁。我今普皆礼敬，献上最胜供品，愿此殊胜之力，使您幸福快乐。仅此所作之礼，配受尊敬圣者，亦齐手礼三宝，愿得解脱成果。以此殊胜功德，摧毁一切危难。
Buddha Mangala Gata Sambuddho Dipadang Seto Nisino Cewa majime kondanyo o baba gecha Jagasabo Sariputo Jadakine Harati O chi mê pi chợ an nan đô ba ya bê chợ ga wan pa ti mo ga la no cha o ta re e sa ni bi cha ra hu lo e me kho Mangala Buddha Sabbe Idha Patitita Vandita Te cha am he
Hello, hello.
sa ca
So mute the
re
handphone. Huh?
chớ
We are not live.
Pujita Ete sa Anubhavena Sabasoti Bhavantu no Iche Vamancha Tanama Saneya Nama Samano Ratana Tayang Onya Bisanda Vipula
随后的节目是今天禅修的第二部分，我们将直播到大马卫赛节60周年庆的脸书网络和其他参与组织、共其成员和信徒们在线上参与这一日禅修。我们再一会儿就开始。
Namo Buddhaya, brothers and sisters in the Dhamma. To those of you who are following online, welcome to our one-day meditation retreat. Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, those of you in the Shrine Hall, as well as those online. We are all very happy to see all of you out there who have joined us in this meditation retreat. This afternoon program is the last of the 3 series of 1,000 people meditation retreat, being conducted by the meditation teachers from the Mahayana, Vajrayana, and Theravada traditions in commemoration for the 60th anniversary of Wesak Day as an official national public holiday in Malaysia. In short, we call it MyWesak60.
南无佛陀耶，保护尊者，各位法友，大家下午好！欢迎在现场大殿的法友们来到雪州首方在野佛教会，也以及通过脸书或网络线上的法友们，大家联系参与今天的一日禅修共修会。我们很高兴，并欢迎您参加今天的一日禅修共修会。今天下午的节目是一共3场的千人禅修，最后的一个系列。这是由北传、藏传和南传佛教3大传承的禅修导师指导课传承的禅法，也是为了纪念卫赛节被列为马来西亚官方公共假期60周年的纪念，或简称为大马卫赛节60周年庆而举办的线上线下千人禅修共修会。
This afternoon's meditation program will be divided into 2 parts from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Our meditation teacher, Venerable Dr. Dhammapala, will teach us on the doctrine on metta meditation, followed by the guided practice, and end with a short Q&A. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Venerable Dr. Dhammapala will teach us on the doctrine on vipassana meditation, followed by a guided practice, and also end with a short Q&A.
今天下午的禅修课程将分为2个部分。从下午2点到4点，我们的禅修导师将教我们关于慈心禅的教义，然后进行指导练习，最后以简短的问与答结束。从4点到6点，法师将教导我们内观禅的教义，也进行事件指导，同样的以问与答来做结束。
Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, together with deep respect, we now invite Venerable Dhammapala to give us an overview of metta meditation, followed by the short practice.
现在我们恭请法师法护尊者为我们介绍慈心禅修的概况，然后进行简短的修炼。萨埵萨埵萨埵。
Welcome to one-day retreat. In conjunction with MyWesak60, Subang Jaya Buddhist Association hosts a one-day meditation retreat. And we have 2 sessions today, morning session and afternoon session. And the morning session has been concluded with the practice of mindfulness and awareness in the Anapanasati. So afternoon session, we have two parts. From 2 to 4, we have meditation of loving kindness. And from 4 to 6, we have Vipassana meditation. I hope you have a very fruitful spiritual journey and joyful one-day meditation retreat. 那欢迎呢来到苏邦在野佛教会一日禅修。那这也是配合呢我国独立60周年的卫赛戒。那苏邦在野佛教会呢举办了一天这个禅修活动。那今天呢我们有早午时段早上时段呢已经结束了就是有关于这个安般念正念和觉照的这个修习。那么在下午时段呢我们会有2个部分，从2点到4点呢是有关于慈心禅修，待会从4点到6点呢我们有一关的这个禅修。那希望呢你们在线上线下的参与者呢今天有一个心灵充实和非常快乐的禅修体验。Sabba papasa akaranang kusalasa upasampada sachitta paryodapanang etang buddhana sasana. To avoid evil deeds, all evil, cultivate the wholesome, to purify one's own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. 诸恶莫作，众善奉行，自净其意，是诸佛教。The Buddha's teaching, right, is the teaching of the cessation of dukkha, right, suffering. And we all look for happiness that come from the abandoning of defilements. The suffering is not only referred to the external suffering that we experience, but more of the inner entanglement of defilements that deep inside the mind. Therefore, the teaching of the Buddhas to purify one's mind is to abandon defilements. Right? However, this purity is not making you pure in outlook and appearance, right? Which many people have misunderstood the word, is much more of the defilements that you have abandoned, right? So the ultimate purity comes from the utter cessation of all defilements, right? 所以呢，佛陀的教导呢是着重在苦的断除，那么就是寻找我们内心的这个清净内心清净的快乐。那这里指的苦呢，不是指这个外在的这个苦，而是我们内心的烦恼的束缚。所以呢，在刚才提到的自净其意呢，这个教导呢，目的呢，是净化我们的内心。那当然，这种净化我们内心呢，不是要让我们成为一个很纯洁的人，而是呢，要我们断除烦恼。So there are two types of defilements. One is the defilements abandonable by cultivation. Another one is the defilements abandonable by insight. The Pali word is called Bhavanaheya and Darshanaheya. Right? 所以呢，烦恼呢，讲断除烦恼呢，我们一定要知道烦恼。那烦恼有2个类别，一个就是修所断的烦恼，一个是见所断的烦恼。So in the Noble Eightfold Path, right view and right intention, these two factors, okay, are capable to abandon these two types of defilements. So the first type of defilements is defilements abandonable through seeing, right? For example, self-view, right? Extreme views. Self-view are false views, the attachment to the esteeming of one's own view, and the irrational attachment to the religious vows and observances. And these wrong views are able to be abandoned by right view. So the second types of defilements is defilements abandonable by cultivation. They are, for example, they are greed, hatred, and delusion. Right? So they have to be, the word bhavana, cultivation, suggested there is these repeated abandoning, right, of defilements by constantly contemplating on the right intention. So there are these three types of the right intention, right? The intention of renunciation of desire. The second one is intention of goodwill, and the third one is the intention of harmlessness. OK， 所以呢，在八正道里面呢，前两个呢就是正见、正思维啊。那这个呢可以呢正好断除这两类的这个烦恼啊。第一类呢就是我们透过正见，那么断除呢见所断的烦恼哈，这包括我见啊、边见啊、邪见，见取见跟竭尽取见。那另一类的这个烦恼呢，就是修所断的烦恼。那这个包括呢我们的贪、嗔、痴、慢啊。那这种烦恼呢是不断的要透过这个思维啊，可以这个思维是什么呢？就是有提到的三种思维，就是离欲思维，这种离欲思维呢是对治这种贪欲的思维。那无嗔思维呢是断除这个嗔恨的思维，还有无害的思维呢是断除这个这个害的思维啊。Okay, then the right view and the right intention or right thought can be understood, right, as the whole journey, you know, from where we start our journey, right, where, you know, our starting point, right, we have to start from somewhere anyway. Okay, then reaching to its end, it means that from now on till the end, right? So and we have to know what is that end. As for Buddhists, our end is the attainment of Nibbana, right? Then of course, you know, along the road, there are many blockages. Okay, so without the foundation of right view, you are like a driver driving a car, okay, to somewhere without consulting a road map. Then finally, you end up, you know, going to a wrong place, right? Normal to the Nibbana, right? Then of course, along the road, you also find many other blockages, right? This is like in our practice, we encounter defilements of desire, anger, and harmfulness. Then we need to abandon them one by one, repeatedly. 所以呢，正见正思维呢，可以呢了解为我们修行的这个起点到它的终点就是说在我们的修行上呢，我们会有很多在修行上的很多的障碍所以呢，假如我们没有正见的这个基础修行呢，就好像我们开车不知道开去哪里了或者是开车没有看那个什么地图，查阅这些地图呢，那么就开车，那么我们就离我们的目的呢就越来越远了。所以呢，同样的在我们开车的这个路上呢，在路上呢，我们也有很多的障碍。就好比我们修行上呢，遇到了很多的这个贪嗔痴我们是需要不断的来断除它。So right intention can be understood as the blockage of the road, right? Then along the road of our cultivation, we encounter many defilements, right? Like desire, ill will, and harmfulness. That we need to repeatedly abandon them. I think the word used, you know, repeatedly abandon them, that is to make our mind incline towards nirvana. Okay? 所以正思维呢，可以理解为就是在我们修行上呢，我们会遇到很多的障碍在修行上我们会遇到的是比如贪嗔痴的这些烦恼，我们要不断的来慢慢的来断除它，而变成我们新的这个倾向。Okay, So I repeat again, there are threefold right intention. The intention of renunciation, okay, of desire, okay, counteracting the intention of desire, okay. Of course, we are not going to go into the details of the intention of renounce. We are not going to go to the details of the intention of renunciation desire, okay. Then the second one is the intention of goodwill, right? Counteract the intention of ill will. So this is what we are going to see today. It's the cultivation of loving kindness. In Pali, it's called metta, to cultivate the anger. To counteract the anger. And the third one is the intention of harmlessness. Okay, counteract the intention of harmfulness. So this is a practice of compassion. Okay, to counteract the intention of harmfulness. Okay, so these three intentions are respectively counteract these three very stubborn types of defilement, such as desire, ill will, and harmfulness. Okay, so we skip the first one. We go directly to the second one, that is the intention of goodwill. So in this regard, the Buddhists recommend the practice of loving kindness to counteract the ill will. Right? So in Pali, it is called the metta. So what is metta? Right? Metta is a wish for the welfare of all living beings. Right? So if we look into our own mind, we find that the basic urge of our being is a wish to be happy and free from suffering. Right? So as soon as we see in ourselves, okay, we can immediately understand that all other living beings as well, okay, to share the same basic wish. That is, all want to be well, happy, and secure. 所以呢，佛陀教导呢，对治这个嗔恨的这个方法呢，就是慈爱了啊。这个就是今天我们要谈的这个题目。那么在巴利文呢，我们称为 metta 啊。这个 metta 呢，就是为了一切众生的这个幸福啊，和专注于散发愿力的这个方法啊。所以呢，如果我们有这个向内观看自己的心呢，我们会发现，我们的生命呢，最基本的这个渴望呢，就是寻求快乐和避免这个苦难啊。所以呢，一旦我们的这个内心呢看到这一点之后我们就可以呢马上了解到呢，所有的其他众生呢，都共同怀有这种基本的这个愿望呢，就是希望自己健康，希望自己快乐，希望自己安全。Okay? So the Buddha teaches the loving kindness, right? To express the intense feeling of selfless love for our well-being and happiness. So once we have radiated the feeling, okay, of loving kindness towards ourselves, right? Then the next is to extend it to others. So in the end, we suffuse the entire world with a mind of loving kindness without anger. Okay, so we have the grouped radiation of loving kindness later on. Okay, so I will start with the theory first. Okay, so this is how we are going to express. Okay, we can start with, may I be free from affliction, right? To be free from hostility, to be free from anxiety, may I maintain my own happiness. 那佛陀呢，他推荐就是一个非常有效的这个散播慈爱的这个方法呢，那么就是呢，对自己 OK 发展无私的爱那这无私的爱呢，其实就是慈悲就是衷心关怀自己的幸福和快乐 所以呢，一旦我们对自己扩展这种慈爱呢，我们接下来可以把这个慈爱呢，也扩展到其他人乃至到全世界没有敌意也没有这个厌恶所以呢，待会呢我们会有一个非常简短的这个就是慈心的这个共修大意是这样的，就是我们念中文就是愿我的心中没有仇怨，没有嗔恨，没有恼害愿我守护自己的安乐。So meditation, right, begins with the development of loving kindness towards oneself. Okay, so we take ourselves as the first object of metta, right? As we said, right, we have to be we have to practice mindfulness and awareness. So this is the mindfulness to take an object of metta, because first of all we take ourselves, okay, as an object of loving kindness, because true loving kindness, okay, for others only become possible when we are able to feel genuine loving kindness for ourselves, right? So if we're angry with someone, right, then it comes from the negative attitudes, right, that we hold towards ourselves. So when metta is directed inward towards ourselves, it helps to melt down, these negative attitudes in us. Right? So if we practice the feeling of loving kindness constantly, again, it becomes the inclination of the mind. Right? So this is how we will say, right? May I be free from affliction. May I be free from hostility. May I be free from anxiety. May I maintain my well-being. 所以呢，这种禅修就是对自己发展慈爱开始了将自己呢当成慈爱的第一个所缘 ，OK， 第一个目标因为呢，只有当我们能感受对自己真正慈爱的时候呢，我们才能够呢真正的散发这个慈爱给予他人当我们对他人生气呢，大部分呢都是出自于自己，就我们自己呢所持有的这种负面的态度。所以当我们呢将慈爱向内朝向自己的时候呢，有助于消除这些负面的这个态度那这样的话，我们让这个慈爱呢向外的散布呢。所以呢，我们要透过这样子不断的这个练习慈爱呢将会变成呢我们这个内心的这种倾向所以呢，一般我们都会不断的重复念的，比如说愿我的心中没有仇怨没有嗔恨，没有恼害愿我守护自己的安乐待会呢我会讲这个巴利文的部分Okay, so once we have learned to radiate the feeling of loving kindness towards ourselves, then the next is to extend it to others. Okay, I think these are the methodical radiation of metta. Right, you start with a dear person. Okay, the person very dear to you. Like for example, parents, teachers. Then you move to friends. Okay, then you move to a neutral person, and then finally to a hostile person. So with each individual, okay. And we take the metta, the object of the metta is person. So we bring that person's image into our focus and radiate the thought of, may you be well, okay? May you be happy, I mean, a very simple expression of loving kindness. May you be happy, may you be peaceful, okay? Then slowly we can develop, loving kindness to all friends, to all sentient beings. Okay, so this is how methodical radiation of metta finally to all beings, from 10 directions。那么刚开始我们在谈到的就是这个慈爱呢，先对自己散发这个慈爱那接下来呢，我们就将这个慈爱呢扩展到就是逐步的扩展到其他的人当然这里大家可以看得很清楚，就是我们要散发这种慈爱的时候呢，首先由自己最亲的人开始比如说我们的父母我们的老师开始，然后慢慢的在朋友圈，然后中立的人乃至到有敌意的人，对我们有敌意的人所以呢刚才我们在讲说正念正念就是我们要有很清晰的目标，慈爱也是，它的目标呢就是众生而这些众生呢很清楚，比如说你是给你的朋友的话呢，那你要观想你这个慈爱是发展给你的朋友很具体的那个人的脸然后呢，你可以呢说愿你 OK 健康，或者是愿你快乐或者是愿你平安之类的那么当你慢慢的在散发这种慈爱的时候呢成功对某一个人发展这种慈爱的话呢，然后你可以呢把这个专注观想他的这个形象呢散发给其他众生，就是一步一步慢慢这样子散发所以呢这个就是它的这个很简单的步骤那么 OK, now we look at the third one in the right thought, right? The third is intentional harmlessness, right? It's intentional harmlessness. So this thought is guided by the compassion. Okay, in Pali it's called karuna. Okay, so compassion has the characteristics of wishing others, to be free from suffering, right? And of course, you can also extend this wish to all sentient beings, right? OK, 那么我们来看第三个呢，就是无害的思维那么这个无害的思维呢，就是由悲心引导的思维它对峙这种残忍好斗暴力的思维所以呢，同样就是悲心也要基于对他人的这个感同身受深刻而完全分享他人的内心而升起那么悲心萌生于观想所有众生像自己一样，就是他们都希望自己免于这个苦难。所以呢，在我们这个修学里面呢我们有这样子，就是这种修学。So you see the compassion has the characteristics of wishing others to be free from suffering, right? So to develop compassion, right, it is most effective to start with someone who is actually undergoing suffering. So you can contemplate, this person suffering directly or indirectly or imaginatively, right? Reflect that, like ourselves, they also want to be free from suffering, free from loss, free from obscurity, free from blame, free from suffering. So this thought should be, repeatedly until a strong feeling of compassion arises in the heart. 所以呢，这个悲心就是希望他人免于痛苦。所以呢，我们要透过这个禅修呢，发展这个悲心呢，最有效的方法呢，就是某人正在受苦的时候那你可以观想直接的或者是间接的观想这个人的苦，然后呢可以思维他也像自己一样，其实他也很想免于这个苦，免于这个损失免于这个孤寂，免于这个责备，免于这个苦难所以呢，所以我们不断的要重复这种的想法持续的关照，那直到我们内心呢升起一种这个强烈的这个悲心So we can also contemplate, okay, for a while, with the nowadays with the many outbreak of the global disaster, pandemic or global disasters, right? And we have seen a lot of people suffer, right, worried, right? So we can also contemplate their suffering, you see, reflecting that like ourselves, they also want to be free from diseases, free from suffering. So in this way, the feeling of compassion will be arises in us. So 我们也可以呢，比如说现在当然疫情关系嘛，我们很多人也很担心，很多人也很害怕，我们可以呢尝试观想一下，就是思维他们其实他们也跟我们一样就是他们也希望说可以免于这个病痛的侵袭他们希望他们也自己可以平安快乐，没有痛苦。那这样的话呢，我们的内心呢就会慢慢升起这个悲心。Okay. So when compassion has been achieved, right, by the contemplation of beings who are actually afflicted by suffering, then we can move on, to consider other three. Okay, here it says the first, we can move on to people who are presently enjoying happiness which they have acquired by immoral means. We feel sorry for them, right? We might reflect that such people, despite with the immoral wealth they have gathered, they will be tortured by their own conscience. Even though if they don't experience it, but we know one day they will eventually reap the bitter fruits of their evil deeds, right? Which will bring them intense suffering. 所以呢，当我们观想呢众生遭受这些苦难可以相当成功的产生这个悲心后呢，我们可以尝试呢转到以下这3个观想。第一呢，就是那些正在享受以不道德手段获得快乐的人比如说我们可以思维尽管这些人表面体面风光，对不对？但是呢，在他们的这个内心深处他们必定就是被他们的这个什么良心所谴责虽然我们看到的在他们外面呢没有任何的苦恼，但是我们知道有一天这个恶行呢会在他们身上显现将会带来这种很强烈的这个苦果。所以很自然的明白了这一点呢，我们的悲心也油然而生起了。Okay? The second one, we also can extend it to, you see, you can contemplate all beings subject to the suffering of samsara, right? Because of the greed, hatred, and delusion. 所以呢，我们可以观想其实所有的众生都被这个贪嗔痴所驱使不断的在轮回里面生了又死，死了又生遭受着这个轮回的苦所以呢，众生很苦所以我们的这个悲心呢也又油然而生起了。Then finally, the last one, we can widen the scope of one's contemplation, our contemplation, to include all beings. We contemplate all beings are subject to the suffering of samsara, right? Driven by the greed, hatred, and delusion, through the repeated birth and death. So, if compassion is difficult to arouse initially, towards beings who are totally stranger to you, right? We can strengthen it by reflecting that, from the beginningless time, okay? It is hard to find even a single being who has not at some time been one's own mother and father, sister or brothers, son and daughter. It means that we are all at one time family members. Are you sure you want them to experience the suffering? Right? 所以呢，最后呢，我们可以呢，扩展这个观想的范围，就是包括一切的众生，就思维说所有的众生呢都被这个贪嗔痴驱使不断的在这个轮回里面生死辗转那么遭受这个轮回的苦那么我们可以呢试着就是我 我们众生呢，由无始界以来，我们很难，我们很难呢找不到不曾身为自己的母亲或者是父亲，兄弟姐妹或者是儿子女儿的友情。意思就是说，在我们过去呢，曾经我们也是兄弟姐妹，所以呢，如此的了解他们在受苦的时候呢，他们的苦难道你都不感受到吗？明白吗？所以呢，这个就是一种悲心的这种扩展因为很多时候呢，我们很难感受到别人的苦所以我们可以试着，其实我们大家过去曾经也是兄弟姐妹，对对，你现在的苦，其实我可以感受到，是吗？所以呢，也可以用这一类的方法来修这个悲Okay, now we look at the difference of metta and karuna. Okay, and in brief, loving kindness, metta, has the characteristics of wishing others to be happy. Okay, and the compassion has the characteristics of wishing others to be free from suffering. Okay, that's why you find in the Mahayana Buddhism, right? The loving kindness and compassion are personalized as Avalokiteshvara and the Maitreya Bodhisattvas. Okay, we know that if you enter into the Mahayana temple, right, they have the Maitreya Bodhisattvas sitting in the main gate, welcoming people, with great smile. Then, people are happy to see them, to see him. Then when they see him, all defilements are, kept aside. Right? And of course, you will find Avalokiteshvara as well, will be placed behind the Buddhas, helping the suffering people. 所以呢，我们来看一下这个慈跟悲的这个差别那当然，慈爱呢就是希望他人快乐，悲心呢就希望他人免于痛苦所以呢，在北传的佛教呢，北传的寺院呢我们看到的这个慈悲精神呢，这个是已经被人格化了那么就是你会看到有这个弥勒菩萨或者是观音菩萨呢代表这个慈悲精神所以呢，我们看到的这个弥勒菩萨呢，肯定会坐在那个寺庙的这个大堂前就是有点胖胖的面有微笑然后呢非常欢喜的迎接到来的这个信徒所以呢信徒一到寺庙呢，看到这个弥勒菩萨在欢迎他们的时候呢，肯定很快乐也把所有的烦恼呢都抛到九霄云外。那同样的，在这个大雄宝殿后就是一般我们会看到有一尊这个观音像那它这个观音像呢是怎么讲？就是目光垂视众生这样子，就好像感觉就是要解救众生的这个痛苦OK so you can see. Then, okay, we have seen the metta, okay? We have seen the loving kindness. We have seen the, what do you call it, the compassion, right? The third one, we look at the mudita. Mudita, 就是慈悲喜这个 mudita, okay? When you talk about the loving kindness, you also have to include the compassion, right? Karuna, mudita, and upekkha. Okay, mudita is the joy, altruistic joys. So what is this mudita? Right? It's rejoicing in others' success, right? Wealth, reputation, right? No jealousy, and rejoicing at others' happiness and prosperity. 所以呢，当我们在谈这个慈悲的修行呢，我们也要包括这个悲心包括这个喜心，跟包括这个舍心所以这个喜心呢，就是随喜他人的成功啦，财富啦、名誉还有我们不妒忌啦然后呢，能为他人的幸福而升起这种欢悦的心。Okay, that's why in Buddhism, right, rejoicing in others' merit, right, is also one of the 10 meritorious deeds, anumodana. 所以我们会看到的，在南传佛教呢，随喜我们他人所做的功德，这本身也是一个一个功德来的。OK。 Then we look at the fourth one, is the practice of equanimity. So this is the fourth divine abiding. Okay, so what is this equanimity? Is a balanced state of mind that arises of seeing that all beings will reap their results of their good and bad action. So in this context, we have to know how the karma, okay, operate, and how this action can bring about their result. So once we encounter any problems in life, we can immediately, contemplate on the karma. That is to say, we experience, right, bad and good consequences that we have done in the past. So understanding the operation of karma will remain calm, right? Because we understand the cause and effect. And once you understand the cause and effect, right, our mind will remain calm and equanimity. 所以第四种呢，就是舍心啊，舍心。这个舍心是什么呢？就是对，所以一些众生呢，都是抱着一个平衡的这种心态当然要了解这个舍心呢，我们首先要思维这个业报，业报。这个业报是什么呢？就是每一个人，不管谁我们每一个人呢，都要去承担自己所造的这个善恶之业。所以不管我们现在面对这些苦难呢，这些都是我们过去是曾经所造的这个恶业所以呢，我们不怨天尤人所以我们可以透过这样子观察呢培养更深的这个智慧了解到这些是佛陀所讲的这个因缘法那么我们的心呢就会保持平静所以这个就是我们讲的这个四梵住的修习了OK. Okay, to sum up, we have seen, three kinds of intention, right? Intention of renunciation of desire, intention of goodwill, and the intention of harmlessness. To counteract three wrong intention of desire, ill will, and harmfulness. So this contemplation should be practiced again and again. Right? As the word right thought or right intention suggested, we have to contemplate, we have to practice again and again, right? As often as possible, right? To abandon our defilements. So the Buddha gives us an assurance that the truth of suffering, right, and the truth of cessation of suffering can be achieved in this life. He says that whatever we reflect upon, okay, frequently, that becomes the inclination of the mind, right? So if we frequently, think, desire, hostility, or having a harmful thought, right, that will become the inclination of the mind. So in our practice, is we repeatedly think in opposite way, renunciation of desire, having a goodwill, harmlessness, that will become the inclination of the mind. So that's why in the practice of meditation, we don't practice once, we practice again and again. Okay, so to make that as the inclination of the mind. 所以我们来看一下刚才的这个正思维里面谈到的三种就是我们不断的去思维这个离欲这个思维我们不断的去思维这种不嗔恚，不断的去思维这种不恼害所以呢，我们讲在我们的整个修行的过程里面呢我们需要的就是不断的修习我们的心一直到成功因为佛陀有讲就是苦的熄灭呢是可以呢在我们这一世达成的所以他说，凡是一个人经常思维这些善的，那这些善的思维呢，将会成为他心的这个倾向比如说在我们的生活里面，我们不断的去比如说升起这个贪欲嗔恚或者是对人恼害 那样子的这个不善的思维呢，就会变成我们心的这个倾向啊。所以这个是在一部经里面有这样子讲。所以明白了这一点之后呢，像这个慈悲的修习，我们不断的要来修学，乃至断除它这种嗔恨。Okay, now we look at this another sutras, right? In the Anguttara Nikaya, it's talking the sutta about the getting rid of resentment. It says that there are these 5 ways, to get rid of the anger. If someone scolds you, here the sutta gives 5 ways to get rid of it. If someone scolds you, you try with the first one, develop loving kindness, metta, for a person we resent. Okay, so the metta has the characteristics of expressing, an intense feeling of selfless love for the welfare and happiness of others. So when someone scolds you, you try, to wish him, may you be free, may you be well and happy always. I know it's not that easy, but I think as a good Buddhist like us, we try in opposite way. If the first method is not successful, no need to worry. We try the second one. Buddha said you should develop compassion for a person you resent, or compassion. So what is compassion? Just now we have seen that it has the characteristics of wishing others to be free from suffering. Right? So if someone scolding us severely, that is because his mind is full of suffering, right, due to anger. So he's actually, experiencing, the suffering. So what we can do is to contemplate this person's suffering, okay, and contemplate that this person who suffers also wants to be free from suffering, free from loss, right, free from obscurity, free from blame, and free from suffering. So understand, realizing that, we should stop quarreling with him. Okay? So, and this thought, should be repeated until a strong feeling of compassion arises in our heart. Okay? So this is the second method, right? If the second method doesn't work, then how? We should go to the third one, to develop equanimity for the person whom you resent. Okay? Equanimity. That's how we connect the equanimity with the karma, right? So when a person is suffering, right, right, that is probably due to his own karma, right? So in addition to express our sympathy, right, we also have to maintain a balanced state of mind, okay? Equanimity, for all sentient beings. This part I think I will deal with in details afterwards. Then the fourth one, we should disregard the person whom you resent, paying no attention to them. So it means that when someone scolds you, right, then please disregard the person, okay, whom you resent. It means that paying no attention to them. Yeah, and what you do is to cultivate patience and forbearance. Okay, like a wind, they come and go. Nothing that hurts you. And yeah, and the fifth one, you should apply the concept that we are the owners of our action, okay, to the person. So all beings are the owner of their karma, aid to their karma, having karma as origin, having karma as their relative, abided, supported by karma. Whatever karma they will do for good or for evil, they will be their heirs. Okay, so you see, to achieve a balanced state, okay, the effective way is to think of the karma, right? Karma is fair, right? Because everyone will be experiencing their own karma, whether good or bad, that they have done previously. So the present suffering experience, what do you call it? The present suffering, okay, experiences are their bad karma that they done in the past. So we should stop complaining, okay? We should stop complaining. So when we encounter problems in life, we must also accept whatever consequences that happen to us. If bad, then we don't blame others, okay? We remain calm. So in this way, we can discern the cause and effect and cultivate a deeper wisdom, right? So ultimately, train our mind to be calm and equanimity. 那么我们来看这个，接下来我们来看这个中文哈，就是5种断除嗔恚的方法哈，这个是在真知部里面有谈到，就是怎么呢？也5种啊，就是以持对待一个人正朝向你这个恼怒者，就是简单的一个祝福吧，就是愿你不生气啦，愿你平安快乐啦，那也希望说这样的一个祝福可以软和他的这个他的内心哈。那么我们也试着以悲来对待一个正朝向你恼怒的人我们可以想，就是当一个人呢在不断骂你的时候呢，不断在侮辱你的时候呢，其实这种情况呢也反映他的内心情绪呢也非常的这个痛苦的所以呢，当一个人正朝向你不断骂你的那个人呢我们为什么我们要修这个悲心？就是这样子我们可以呢观想他现在恼怒你，他的心其实也是非常痛苦一样的也像我们一样，他们也希望他们也免于这个苦免于这个孤寂，免于这个损失，免于这个责备，免于这个苦难。所以呢，我们可以呢不断的就是这样子重复这种思维一直到我们的内心呢升起一种很强烈的悲心。明白我的意思吗？其实当我们看这一个人在不断跟你恼怒的那个人呢，他其实也是很痛苦的你也可以观想一下，其实那个人这么痛苦，他们的内心也是不要这么痛苦的所以呢，我们可以试着不断的思维，其实我们可以祝福他，就是愿你免于这个痛苦，免于这个损失，免于这个孤寂，免于这个苦难那么第3呢，就是看着他平静中舍upeka呢对待一个人正朝向你恼怒的人这个要很多很多的训练当一个人在恼怒你的时候呢他其实正在受苦就是当然除了我们怜悯之外呢我们也要保持对所有众生的这个平衡的心态就是对众生那种平衡的心态我们去接受任何他们的批评，就是保持一种很中立那也许可以想着，就是他骂我的话，其实这也是我个人的业所以我要很平静的去面对这样的话，可能你心里会比较好受一点但这个会再加以的解释。第4种呢，就是练习忘掉和不理会是很容易感觉就是可以尝试忘掉或者是不理会。所以这里面呢，我们要学习忍辱啦我们要调柔我们的内心不让我们的内心受到伤害。所以有一句话讲说，我们要白忍成精但是成精不要了，大家要去抢，还是白忍成佛好了那第5呢，就是思维对你恼怒者呢，他是业的主人，业的继承人，由业而生，业的亲戚，业所归处，故当承受过去所造一切善恶之业所以呢，我们可以呢思维这个业报这种业报呢会使到我们的内心呢保持平衡的一种心态就是每一个人呢都要去承受他自己所造的这个业报所以呢，现在种种的一些遗憾还是什么，都是我们过去的业造成的。所以呢，今天所发生的所有的事情呢我们要训练我们就是来平静的去接受，不管发生在我们身上的每一件事情，不管是好的善的我们要 保持一个很平静的心，那这样的话呢，我们的心里比较好过哈，所以这个要训练呢，舍心的一种心态，不要呢一下子就很大的这个情绪反应就是凡事都有因的，有果的今天你会遇到这么痛苦，那也是你造成的呀。所以我们了解了这一点之后呢，我们平心去面对它，以舍心的态度去面对它，那么也保持一种的觉照那这样会升起一个很深的这个智慧呢，一切，那你会了解，其实一切都是因缘法那么因缘法的东西是什么呢？就是它有升起消失，所以呢，我们内心呢就保持平静这样子OK。All right. Now, okay, we look at this part here. Meditation is a transformation of energy. Okay, so meditation can strengthen our positive energy, right? So this energy, can be transmitted and mutually influence each other. So if we keep our spiritual faith in the proper angle, we can not only help ourselves but also those around us. So through the meditation, particularly the loving kindness meditation, right? We are radiating positive energy, right? And we feel that, after radiating this positive energy, the people who is surrounding us also can feel it, right? They will become more relaxed, more calm, and more happy, right? So of course, when we have a positive energy, it is easier, to solve any problems when we encounter difficulties. And of course, the mental illnesses and other such a depression, etc., will be reduced and even cured, right? 所以我们谈到的这个禅修它可以呢，提升这个正能量提升正能量。那这个能量呢，是可以互相传递互相影响它。如果我们让我们的这个心灵维持在一个正向的这个角度呢，我们不仅可以帮助到自己也可以呢帮助到身边的人。所以呢，一个有禅修的人呢，其实他是很有正能量的就是透过禅修比如说在散发这种慈心呢，他在散发这种正能量那么我们会发现到呢，有跟这种人在一起的话呢，我们会感觉到比较轻松感觉到平静，也比较快乐所以同样的，当我们每天在散发这种慈心，就是这种正能量我们会发现到呢，很多很多的这障碍很多很多的这些问题呢，就可以得到解决嘛。所以有句话讲说，大事化小，小事化无所以呢，很多很多的忧郁症呢，就是很多时候呢，就拉得紧紧的，对对。所以呢，假如说我们一旦有这种正能量的话呢，很多很多这种身心的问题呢，都能够化解所以呢，这个很重要。所以呢，我们要在我们的圈子里面多散发这种正能量。我们这个圈子间太多太多的痛苦了我们不要再制造这个痛苦我们都散发这种的能量，因为这种能量呢很重要那么 okay, how to explain this theory? Right? Is the Einstein says energy is produced by what do you call? Yeah, vibration of these atoms particles. Okay? So you see the environment we live is also the energy generated by these atoms, particles, vibration. Okay? We Chinese talk about the feng shui. So you need to have good feng shui. You see, that's why you will get the feng shui masters to come to your house and will check it, then they will collect you 10,000. And they will give you one item. Okay, you have to pay that money. You see, So I think as a Buddhist, we need not to look for this feng shui because you want to have a good feng shui in you, right? Then how? The best is to practice the mindful meditation and radiant loving kindness. Okay, so once you have this, what do you call, the mindfulness, once you have the, loving kindness, right? This good energy generated by us can fill up this environment, and as a result of this energy, in the environment where we live, becomes a good feng shui already. So Buddhists never look for feng shui, So the practice of mindfulness, the practice of loving kindness, the practice of concentration, okay, eventually, they are very good elements of feng shui. That's why loving kindness meditation is very different from the anapanasati. Anapanasati, being mindful and aware in the present moment. Yeah? So you just keep quiet. But as in the practice of loving kindness, you have to recite certain things. Okay, so that recitation, as you recite, okay, that require techniques. Okay, so we will come back later. So what I have to introduce is energy. You see, when we talk about, or when we have a negative energy, right? You will notice that the vibration of particles will be very chaotic, right? As a result, we lived in anxious, right? Similarly, on the contrary, you see, you want to have a good energy, right? If we have a good energy, then we find that the vibration, okay, of the particles is very steady. So when you have a good energy, you find that the environment is also very peaceful. It's also very calm. That is because the vibration is very stable. Okay, so all these have to do with the energy. Okay, of course I'm not stressing the energy part, but looking from that scientific perspective. So that's why we are responsible for the environment we live in. You see, that's why a lot of people they usually will invite monks if their house or before they move in, because the things that by inviting monks to stay before they move in, bring good feng shui. They have the belief monks will, monks' energy is good. So this energy will bring about the good feng shui in the family. 那么我们要怎么来理解这个道理哈？其实这个爱因斯坦也讲，这个物质呢就是一种能量嘛，所谓的能量呢，就是指这个粒子在振动所产生的一种能量，粒子就是 atom 产生的一种能量啊。那么讲到我们居住的环境，是吧？我们居住的环境呢，好的能量也是由这个粒子振动所产生的这个能量，所以一般人我们就会讲说，好风水嘛哈。我们华人一般上就会找那些风水师来家里看，他就移动几个位置，挂几幅画，哇，你的家里的这个磁场就改变了哈。难道真的是这样子咩？所以呢，我们佛教徒呢，不做这些我们佛教徒相信就是，你要有好的风水的话呢，你要靠的是什么？你要靠的是你的正能量包括你的正念，包括你的慈悲包括你正确的这个心态那只要是你平时在家里有正念的修行有散发这种慈悲的话呢，你家里这个能量肯定是会改变的所以过去呢，我们经常都会有一些邀请就是每当他们要搬新家的时候他们会请我们出家人去他们家睡一晚，或者就是他们搬进来的时候，为什么他们相信这个呢？因为他相信说有出家人住过的地方这个地方是好风水 不过呢，你们一般辛苦，你们不要找我，要不然我们就很忙碌所以我们讲说，好的能量跟坏的能量是什么呢？好的能量呢，就是我们讲这种能量呢，这种粒子的振动呢，它是平稳的啊。这种平稳的能量呢，它会让我们内心感觉到平静啊，感觉到喜悦。当然相反的，就是当这个负面的能量啊，就是说负面的能量呢，使到这个粒子呢，就是那种很乱的哈。所以呢，在这种跟负面能量一起的人呢，你会很害怕，也是会很焦虑哈，也会很恐惧，不知道会发生什么事情哈。所以人与人之间的那种交往，往往都是它的那种频率频率懂了所以呢，我们一般上我们都会讲说，我们所居住的环境我们可以把它转化比如说这个地方不好是吧？我们可以把这个地方转化为好。比如说，经常我们会听到一些人讲说什么修行人可以把这个什么五浊恶世转为净土就是说一个修行人呢，他可以呢转化他的这个环境比如说我们在北传我们知道有很多不同的这个佛有他们的净土，而这些净土呢，就是他们内心的一种转化那只要你跟他相应的话呢你都可以投身在他们的这个净土。所以同样我们居住的这个环境感觉好像是五浊恶世但是我们有一般好的这些修行人我们在散发这种正的能量，所以我们住的这个环境自然也就变成人间净土了所以呢是可以改变的。Okay, so this morning we were discussing about the in and out breathing, and also the walking meditation. These types of meditation, the mindful meditation, right, can be done through the mindfulness. Okay. Yeah. How about the loving kindness meditation? Loving kindness meditation can be done through these 3 ways. Okay, these 3 ways. Of course, this will be in Pali. We will recite in Pali. And when reciting, we need to fulfill these 3 conditions. The first one is object. You see, this meditation is a form of recitation and contemplation. We had to recite, okay? Not like in the Anapanasati, observing your breath. You don't recite at all. But loving kindness, you have to recite, make a wish. So what is this object? Being mindful of the object, it means that you remember taking the sentient being as an object. You see, this loving kindness is different from the Anapanasati, or in and out breathing. In this case, the Metta Bhavana is taking the sentient being as an object. Okay? So this is one condition. And the second one is the sound. Okay? So you pronounce mindfully and clearly. So this sound is not just, the sound spoken out of the mouth, but more importantly, it must be mindfully recited and remembered in the heart. Okay? Sound. Yeah, so that's why you need to chant properly. And if better, you chant loudly. So afterwards you will do. The third one is to understand the meaning. Is to understand clearly the meaning of the recitation. Okay, so this is the right knowledge. This is 正知, right knowledge. You see, when it comes to sound, right? A good sound has great power. It's just how we said, sound is a transmission of energy. Okay, the reason we hear the sound is because energy is transmitted. Right? So the good sound, has a great power. when we are talking about the sounds, we are talking about the 5 sounds. The 5 sounds in the Pali text is, the sounds that produced by 5 different organs. You have the guttural sound, palatal sound, cerebral sound, dental sound, and level sound. Okay, and of course you have another important sound that is called Om sound, right? I call it the harmony sound, because these sounds can bring about the tranquilization of 5 elements in the body. What are these 5 elements in the body? 什么地水火风金木水火土 these 5 elements and directly bring about the peace and harmony of the body and mind. 所以呢，我们谈到除了我们讲到就是早上谈到的这个正念的呼吸之外另外一种的方法就是慈心可以透过这个念诵的方式 ，OK， 念诵的方式，还有观想的方式进行。比如说像慈心禅，它是基本上透过念诵的方式然后观想来散发我们的这个慈爱你不能够就是在那里坐着这样子想那想不出东西嘞，除非你是一个很有定力的人初学者想不出所以他要借着这个声音，借着这个语言来散发所以最好就是我们念原文巴利原文这个巴利原文本身呢，它有5个音，对不对？这5个音呢，从哪里散发出来呢？就是从你的这个喉咙音从你的上颚音，从你的卷舌音，从你的这个嘴唇音还有从你的这个齿音有这5个部分，还有另外一个就是鼻音所以巴利文呢，它跟中文不一样中文很多音没有所以为什么我讲说这个5音很重要呢？因为这个5音呢，它每一个音所发出来的这个声音呢它能够怎么讲，就是协调我们身体的这个5行 5 element， 就金木水火土所以现在有很多相关的这个研究呢研究出来什么音是对什么这个行有帮助到这样子所以以前有很多这些大修行人他们都很懂得这个5音所以每当有什么人生病了去找他都能够呢用一个音来帮你处理你内心的这个问题，明白吗然后你每次这样子念，你就念了哇，整个身体就平和了所以我们讲说一个人的身体有病呢，是因为我们内在的这个5行不协调，所以所以这个声音呢，它有这个协调这个5行的这个功能OK， 所以呢我们可以有这3方面就是我们要行音意。行就是说我们要取众生为我们的目标这个因为我们慈心禅以众生嘛，所以从我开始慢慢散发到身边的人，这些都是我们所要发展的这个目标所以这很重要。你要在那里散发，也不知道散发给谁，这样子很模糊这样子，那也没有功效比如说散发给自己的话，那你自己本身就是一个专注的目标，这个就是行 OK 行很清楚的。其实我想要多一点正能量，我想要这些开心的元素，我想要这些快乐的元素，所以我很认真的散发这种词给自己 OK， 这个目标很清晰。第二呢就是音你要很清楚的散发，就是这音很重要所以我们讲这音呢，我们一定要用这个原文巴利文来念诵因为这个巴利文音本身就有这个五音的声音它可以协调这个5行的作用所以一般上你会觉得每次我们念完这个巴利文之后呢我们的心里就会很平静这样子是吧？原本很焦虑的听完之后舒服晒这样子心就可以很放下了。然后另外一个意就是它的意思了，就是很清楚知道 你念的这个意思哈。所以我们讲到这个声音啊，有好的声音的话呢，啊，它是一个很强大的，它有很强大的这个力量，哦，所以呢，啊 ，OK， 好，好像我们时间也差不多，然后我们可以呢花点时间啊，在散发这个示范住哈。OK， 示范住就是刚才我们所讲的这个慈悲喜舍。OK，so now we continue with the practice of the Brahma Vihara. Okay，so first of all, learn to relax. Okay，and you can take a deep breath, right? And deep breath help to relax the body. Okay，so before we start the loving kindness meditation, right? You can do the in and out breathing. Okay, when you take in a in breath, deep in breath, right? You try to release all the tension and dissatisfaction. Okay, for several times later, okay, you come back to the normal state. Okay, normal state means, okay, after a few times, you will start experiencing the calm and tranquility. When your body become more peaceful, your mind also gain a deeper calmness and happiness. Okay, so 在我们还没有开始进行这个慈心放掌的时候我们首先开始呢，做几次的这个深的这个呼吸那么这个深呼吸呢，可以帮助自己放松所以呢，当你呼出的时候，吸进的时候，呼出的时候呢，你都感觉到你的这个压力可以呢获得这个释放让我们的呼吸呢回到非常自然的一种状态所以当你的心平静了，你的身体当你的身体平静了你的心里也就平静了所以呢，这样子的话我们的心就会呢慢慢进入一个更深层次的这个平静。Okay, so now we can recite together. Once you're ready. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Buddhang Saranang Gacchami. ชามิธัมมังสารนังกัจฉามิสังฆังสารนังกัจฉามิอะหังอเวโรโหมิอภิยามปัจโจโหมิอานิโกโหมิสุขิอัตถานังปาริอารามิ May I be free from affliction. May I be free from hostility. May I be free from anxiety. May I maintain my own happiness. 愿我的心中没有仇怨，没有嗔恨，没有恼害。愿我守护自己的安乐。So we come back to our breathing. Take in breath. Out breath. 我们重复做5次。Haruna. Sabe sata alaba amoy chantu ayasan amoy chantu ninda amoy chantu dukkha amoy chantu. May all beings be free from loss, Be free from obscurity. Be free from blame. Be free from suffering. 一切众生，愿他们免除损失，免除孤寂，免除责备，免除苦难。Take a deep breath, out breath for 5 times. Mudita. Sabe sada malat desampatito vigachantu malada yasato vigachantu malada pasani sato vigachantu malada sukha vigachantu. May all beings continue to have whatever gains they have acquired. May they continue to have whatever fames they have acquired. May they continue to have whatever praise they have acquired. May they continue to have whatever happiness they have acquired. 一切众生，愿他们财富享用不尽，珍贵为人所敬，名誉远播不绝，常住于安乐中。Upeka. Sabe sada kamasaka kam Madayada Kamayoni Kamabandu Kamapatesarana Yang kamang karisanti Kalayanang wapapakang va Tasadayada Bhave Santi. When they act upon intention, all beings are the owner of their action and inherit its result. Their future is born from such action, companion to such action, and its result will be their home. All action with intention, be they skillful, harmful, of such acts, they will be their heirs. 一切众生受业感生，为业之事，业依付出，业所归处，故当承受过去所造一切善恶之业。Okay, so we come to an end of this cultivation of loving kindness. So, Brother Chim is here. Any question?
Brothers and sisters in Dhamma, if there be any question, if there any question on the floor, I'll hand you the microphone.
Thank 感谢法护尊者为我们讲解了慈心禅、慈悲喜舍四凡住的禅修，并指导我们进行了简短的练习。请问大家有什么疑问想要发问的吗？或者需要法护法师更详细的解释哪一阶段的吗？还有脸书上，请问有法友想发问的，可以在留言区写下您的疑问，我们可以代读，然后请教法师解答。
Bhante, there's a question. Bhante, is metta meditation a type of samatha meditation? how do I know which type of samatha meditation is suitable for me?
Okay, so here it's talking about is metta meditation, the types of samatha meditation. Yeah, I think I have explained this morning. There is this belief that there are these two separate and independent vehicles, right? One is the samatha, another one is the vipassana. And this samatha and vipassana has the origin in the commentaries, okay, in the Abhidhamma. And you see, if you look at this samatha and vipassana, in fact, these two are indivisible facets of the same process. It means that the calm is peaceful happiness, born of meditation, and insight, vipassana, is a clear understanding, born of the same meditation. So the calm leads to insight, and the insight leads to calm. So you can see that in the early sutras, the samatha and vipassana are interrelated. I think this morning also I talked about a very significant passage about the Buddha says, ones who develop concentration, right, be able to see things as they are. So you can see the importance of the concentration as also he understands the vipassana. So samatha and vipassanas, are essential, right? Practice leading to the purification of mind. Okay. If we look at these two types of meditation, so-called samatha and vipassana, in fact they both are able to abandon different types of meditation. So we can see that they are all equally important. And furthermore, I need to share another sutras that is in the Karanimetta Sutras. Okay, Karanimetta Sutras, I think is quite common to you. And at the end of the sutta, it says that nahi jatu gabaseyang punareti iti. Okay? That is to say, he will not return to conceived in the mother's womb. This suggests that the practice of loving kindness, okay, that which people thought as the samatha or metta bhavana as listed as samatha in Abhidhamma, right? The Buddha says very clearly in the sutras, if one who practices loving kindness meditation, right, you are no more coming back, to this samsara. It means that you are liberated. You are near to nibbana. Okay, so I think when someone commented on samatha or vipassana, all these things have the origin in the Abhidhamma. Okay, so for us in the sutras, you see, meditation definitely has these two aspects, the calm aspect and the insight aspect. They're both interrelated. Okay, without which there's no way, okay, that you can attain the liberation. Okay.
Right. Bhante, we have a second question. Bhante, sometimes I can feel very peaceful during my meditation practice. How do I know whether I have attained jhana stage during my meditation?
Okay, this again is talking about the jhanas. I think a lot of people, equated the jhana with the samatha. Okay, in fact, we have seen in the sutras, the Buddha's realization talking about the attainment of 4 jhanas, followed by 3 knowledges, right? So you can see the importance of jhanas. Huh? And of course, to attain into jhanas, here emphasize the importance of the meditation, the concentration, right? So if you have no concentration, there's no way that you attain to the jhana. So jhana is a layer of attending into the, the, what they call, the concentration. Okay, so I think if you want to know more about this thing, I will see whether I have time to explain, in my Vipassana section. Okay, so in the Vipassana section, we go into the details of, how to attain to the jhana. Okay, and what else? Okay.
Right. Thank you very much, Bhante, for answering the question.
I think we can finish earlier because we will follow by the Vipassana. So I think our the yogi here want to take a rest. So we will give you the 20 minutes. We come back at 4 o'clock.
All right, brothers and sisters, we will have the break now. Just to let you know that the refreshment will be served at the Dana Hall.
好，如果大家都没有其他提问，请大家，我们现在就休息。在饭堂里，我们会有一些茶点呢，供应。
Let's put our palms together and let Bhante have to leave the hall. Let's say sadhu 3 times again.
Okay.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. All right, brothers and sisters, you can leave the hall now.
Ah. 怎么样？啊？本来呢，下午的时间其实还蛮累的，蛮累的，所以呢，我就也是很累。对，因为早上已经完了，所以大家也是听得很累了。而且这一个那个 Vipassana 的也是有点累，因为题目本身就很累。不过 OK 了。我们，我刚才进去，蛮多人的。
于双足有情中，最胜之等正觉，正坐于中央。交陈如立于东，东南为大迦舍，舍利弗立于南，西南为优婆离，阿难陀立于西，东北为考温帕底，目犍连立于北，东北为罗侯罗。如斯蒙佛度化，诸圣贤阿罗汉，足依肃立两旁。我今普皆礼敬，献上最胜供品。愿此殊胜之礼，使您幸福快乐。仅此所作之礼，配受尊敬圣者，亦齐手礼三宝，愿得解脱成果。以此殊胜功德，摧毁一切危难。
Buddha Mangala Gata. Sambuddho Di Padang Seto Nisino Cewa Majime Kondanyo Bobabage Agane Jagasabo Sariputo Cedakine Haratiye Opalice Pajimepi Ca Anando Baya Beca Gawampati Mogalano Ca Utare Isanebi Cerahulu Imeko Manggala Buddha Sabbe Idha Patitita Vandita Teja Amhehi Sakarehi Cepujita Etesa Anubhavena Sabasoti Bhavantuno Ice Wamaja Tanama Saneya Nama Samano Ratana Tayangnya Oh สันดาวิปุลาอาลาตาตาสาโนบาเวนาหาตาตาราโย
于双足有情中，最胜之等正觉，正坐于中央。交陈如立于东，东南为大迦舍，舍利弗立于南，西南为优婆离，阿难陀立于西，东北为卡温帕底，目犍连立于北，东北为罗侯罗。如斯蒙佛度化，诸圣贤阿罗汉，逐一肃立两旁。我今普皆礼敬，献上最胜供品，愿此殊胜之力，使您幸福快乐。仅此所作之礼，配受尊敬圣者，亦齐手礼三宝，愿得解脱成果，以此殊胜功德，摧毁一切危难。
Buddha Mangala Gata Di Padang Seto Ni Sino Chewama Jime Kondanyo Boba Bagi Agane Jaga Sabo Sariputo Cedakine โอปาลิเชปาจิเมปิเชอานันโดบายาเบเชกาวามปติโมกาลาโนเจโอตาเรอิสานิปิเจราหุโลอิเมโคมังกลาบุตธาสัพเพอิดาปฏิติตาวันดิตาเตจาอัมเหสากาเรหิเจปุจิตาเอเตสาอานุบาเวนาสัพพโสติบาวาตุโนอิเชวามาจาตานามาสเนยานามาสมาโนราตานาตายังยาโอญาบิสันดา Tassa no bhave nahata tarayo.
Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, let us move on to the next part, which is the teachings of Vipassana meditation. With due respect, we will be inviting Venerable Dhammapala to give us an overview of the Vipassana meditation, followed by a short practice.
各位法友，现在我们开始下一个环节，也就是内观禅的教义和它的修行方法。我们恭请法护尊者为我们讲解，然后进行简短的练习。
Okay, welcome back to 4th to 6th Vipassana session. Okay, the meditation on the Vipassana meditation is a very heavy subject. Okay, you see, when we look at this subject, when we look at the whole of Buddhism, right? Buddhism is about, the liberation from the samsara. Okay, it's basically about the attainment of nirvana. You see, what does it mean? Like we have seen just now, the Buddha says, it teaches us, the purification of the mind. The reason why we entangle in the samsara is because of defilements. So once the defilements are abandoned, we are liberated from the samsara, and this is the ending of dukkha. So this is our ultimate goal. Yeah, our ultimate goal. So when we talk about the ending of suffering, okay, the liberation require the cultivation of what in Abhidhamma says, the samatha and vipassana. Right? So through the practice of vipassana, okay, samatha and vipassana, we are able to get rid of the cognitive defilements as well as the affective defilements. So it is impossible to end the suffering with just only the samatha without vipassana. Okay, and why samatha is not enough for liberation? Yeah, we're going to see this. Yeah. 我们来看一下，就是我们一直都在谈的这个佛教观的这个修行啊，这个是一个很重要的一个题目啊，因为只要是没有这个观的修行呢，那很难有解脱啊。所以呢，在佛教的修行里面呢，谈到的就是我们修行的最终的目的呢，就是从这个轮回中里面解脱出来啊，真的涅槃。所以呢，佛陀在这个法句经里面谈到的就是心的净化嘛，就是我们之所以众生呢不断的在沉沦于三界呢，因为他们还没有断烦恼啊，所以一旦断除烦恼之后呢，他们就从这个烦恼从这个轮回里面解脱出来所以呢，我们给他一个叫做苦的熄灭。所以在佛教的修行呢，我们需要止跟观的禅修 有定呢没有观呢，那是没有办法断除这个烦恼所以呢，为什么呢定不能够得到解脱呢？我们来看这张图。You see the concentration, okay, it's not enough, it's not adequate to the attainment of liberation. That is because it cannot abandon the fundamental level of defilements. So the Buddha says, defilements are stratified into these 3 layers. Okay, the stage of transgression, the stage of manifestation, and the stage of latent tendency. Okay, here you have the word vitikama, pariyutthana, and anusaya. So you see, in this stratification, you see the most deeply grounded is the level of latent defilements. Okay, where you find these defilements lie dormant without display any activities. And the second level is the stage of manifestation, is called the pariyutthana, right? Where a defilements, through the impact of some stimulus, surges up in the forms of unwholesome thoughts, emotion, and volition. So the third level, is the defilements passes beyond a mental manifestation, right, to motivate some unwholesome action of body or speech. And this level is called the stage of transgression. So, OK， 所以刚才我们有谈到的就是这个定它没有办法呢获得真正的解脱呢，就在于这个定呢，它没有办法断除这个烦恼最深层的这个部分所以呢，我们讲这个把这个烦恼呢分成3类一个就是违犯一个就是禅另外一个就是睡眠所以呢我们说这三个层次呢，最深层的那个部分呢就是睡眠了这个睡眠呢它是静静的在潜伏着就是它没有动作睡眠。那么第二个呢就是禅这个禅是什么呢？就是说一旦烦恼受到了一些外在的刺激之后呢它所浮现出来一些不善的这个念头或者是情绪或者是意志这是禅。那第三呢违犯呢就是我们讲说烦恼呢它不单只是局限在于心理的活动呢，它还表现在于外在的这个动作跟语言那么也造成这个不善的这个行为那么这种层次呢我们称为违犯OK so mind you these 2 words those are what I use samatha and vipassana it looks like there are these 2 separate words but this samatha and vipassana has the origin in the commentary and of course in the early suttas they are not separated you see the calm and the insight are mutually connected it says the calm is the peaceful happiness that born of meditation and the insight is the clear understanding born of the Zen meditation. Okay, so you can see that the calm leads to insight and insight leads to calm. This is what we observe in the sutras. Okay, 所以呢，这里面因为我们要谈这个 vipassana 嘛，所以呢，我们就好像给人家感觉我们好像停留在这个止跟观的这个词其实这种分类持跟观这个字眼呢是源自于阿毗达摩的那么在这个原始经典里面呢这两种的性质的这个禅是不可分割的 可是这里面指的就是说you know 就是禅修升起的一种安乐内观呢也是同样的禅修它所产生的这个洞见和正知所以可以看得到呢，就是止跟观这两者呢是关系是很密切的所以 Okay, now we look at these three levels of defilements counteracted respectively by Sila, Samadhi and Panya. So you see there are these three divisions in the Noble Eightfold Path, Sila, Samadhi and Panya. And this Sila, Samadhi and Panya provides the check against this threefold layering of defilements. So the first, it says that the training in morality, the training in moral discipline is restrain the unwholesome body and verbal activities, from reaching the stage of transgression. So we know in the Dhammapala it says that the sabba papasa akaranang kusalasa upasampada, to avoid the evil, to do the bad, to do the good one. Is reflected here. So you can see the importance of sila in the practice. And then the second one, samadhi, the concentration. And you see this stage provides the safeguard, right, against the stage of manifestation we have seen just now, right? So through the concentration, right, it removes already manifest defilements and protect the mind from their continued influx. So anyway, the meditation itself cannot abandon the very basic fundamental source of defilement, which is what we call the latent defilements, latent tendency lying dormant in the mind. So this one required the third one, panya. 所以我们来看第二个就是定这里的定呢能够阻挡什么呢？阻挡这个禅，这个烦恼就是它可以去除我们心中已经出现的这个烦恼所以但是呢这个定它还是没有办法呢触碰到这个苦的根源，就是我们指的这个睡眠所以呢因为这个睡眠呢它是在我们的内心最深处的这个地方所以呢这个定呢还是没有办法来断除对治这个睡眠，所以呢我们需要这个观禅所以呢 you see through the third one, the panya, we can then penetrate into the nature of things, right? See things as they are, which is none other than impermanent, suffering and non-self. So we have also seen that in the panya section of the Noble Eightfold Path, there are these two factors, the right view and the right intention, which I have earlier said. So this panya, the third layer, the panya, it helps to eradicate the latent tendencies that lie dormant in the mental stream. They are both affective types of defilements, like the sensual desire, ill will. Then another one is the cognitive defilements. That is the the wrong view. So through this vipassana, the latent defilements are capable to be eradicated. 所以呢，要断除这种睡眠的烦恼，潜在我们内心的这个烦恼呢，我们需要透过第三个这个什么次第就是这个智慧要依靠这个智慧呢vipassana 呢才可以呢断除这个睡眠So so I think what is so important of the vipassana. If you look at the vipassana, is from the V and pass. Pass means to see. V is a prefix having the meaning of separately, distinctively. So it means that you are seeing very distinctively. You are not seeing ordinarily, but you are seeing very specifically. You are seeing, the nature of things, from the perspective of impermanence, from the perspective of suffering. Yeah, so you see, when you attend the Vipassana training, you see the meditation masters will teach you, how to analyze, the impermanent, how to analyze the, the non-self, etc., etc. You see, so that's why, why we practice the Vipassana. Say for example, in the case of the five aggregates, we know the five aggregates, Panchaskandhas, five aggregates. We are trained to contemplate the impermanence of each aggregate, by analyzing the nature of each of the five aggregates and their nature of their dependent co-reason. And of course, all this practice require mindfulness as well as the awareness, of the arising and passing away of the five aggregates, each aggregates. So you see this mindfulness and awareness, which we have earlier seen. Here in the Vipassana also, you need to apply the same. So in our day-to-day life, these very fundamental problems of what you call the sensual desire, the ill will, as well as, the upside downest view, the wrong views, they are really affecting our way of perceiving the world. That's why we find a lot of conflicts and turmoil, in our family, in our society, and in our world at large. 所以呢，这里面谈到的就是呢，在我们的这个修学观禅里面呢，你会发现到只要你有参加一些这个类似的禅观的这个禅修营呢，我们免不了一定会分析这个五蕴，对吗？这个五蕴构成这个身体的五蕴那么会分析这个每一个五蕴的这个特质所以这里面呢，我们要有念跟这个觉知在每一个蕴，就五蕴的每一个蕴的升起跟它的消失，知道这个每一个蕴的这个无常性所以呢，你看这个 Vipassana 它是中文呢，就是我们讲说，你看到别人看不到的东西，就是说在佛陀的教导下呢，你同样是看一件事情，一般人看那件事情会升起贪嗔痴，但是呢，我们看同样的事情呢，我们是看它的无常苦无我，你懂我意思吗？就是我们一般人看的东西跟别人看的东西是不一样的所以呢，在佛陀的教导我们会经过这样的一个训练以事无争你这么喜欢买 Hermes 那你去买不要紧，我看到的就是无常的东西来的，它有一天也是会败坏的。但是愚蠢的人呢，看到呢就会想说，我想你有我也要有是吧？所以呢，我们在想说这个世界太乱了这个世界的太乱的源头呢，就是大家的这个根本问题没有解决就是贪嗔痴的问题啦，或者是错误的见解啦，它都会影响我们所认知的这个世界所以呢，这种错误的认知的世界呢，也造成我们的生活、我们的家里、我们的社会呢，制造太多的这个冲突跟这个动荡。Okay. Yeah, we have seen just now, the goal of Buddhist practice, the meditation practice is to abandon the defilements, not to make you pure, but to abandon the defilements, And you see, this underlying fundamental of ignorance, the delusion, are quite deeply penetrating into our world of experience. So it distorting, our world of experience. Therefore, we have a lot of, wrong, upside downness, wrong views, of the world. It means that we are wrongly grasped, these views with regard to the world experience. Like for example, the view of impermanent. The Buddha say everything is impermanent, but we wrongly grasp the world as permanent. Okay? You understand? The Buddha said everything is impermanent, yet we say, no, things are permanent. You see the upside downest views? You see the distorted views that we have? Then the Buddha says, okay, everything is, is what you call a dukkha, right? Unsatisfactory. Huh? But foolish people will regard it as satisfactory. So this is also another distorted view. Then another one is the view. Is it seeing a self? You see, we have the the delusion of the self. The self. The Buddha said everything is non-self, but we believe that there is a underlying, permanent entity, underlying, in the five aggregates. Okay, so the purpose of the Vipassana training, right, is to cut off this kind of cognitive defilements. Okay, so it means that through the analysis of the aggregates, as well as the 12 sense bases. Okay, I don't know all these terms. Next time you come to a proper Pali, the class, you will come to know. Through the analysis of the what they call the five aggregates, and then the 12 sense bases, right? Then we are able to abandon. Okay, so this is a very Vipassana training. And of course, due to the time constraint today, we will only discuss two dhammas, okay, relevant, pertinent to our talk. That is, we will discuss about the five unwholesome mental factors. Okay, for example, the five hindrances, and their effective countermeasure. Prevent from the arising. This is very important because as we meditate, we have to be aware, things that come in. Then we have to find solution to eradicate. So all these things require a lot of training of Vipassana. You cannot just do not there. You see, you have to understand something. So the Vipassana, it's not one method, but you have to see, from every perspective. You have to see, our unwholesome mental, our unwholesome mind, how to get rid of these unwholesome mental factors, you see, and how to promote the wholesome mental factors and to complete it, and not only that, also we need to analyze, the aggregates as non-self, okay, or even to analyze the world experience as non-self, you see. So all these things require a heavy analysis. Okay, so today I will only look at these two parts. One is the five hindrances. Then another one is the what they call five aggregates. Okay， 所以呢，佛陀在教导其实我们不断的在讲，就是说佛陀的教导呢，就是处理三界嘛，就是涅槃那我们之所以不能够处理三界那也是因为我们的烦恼那么最根本的烦恼就是我们指的这个睡眠，这个无明所以也就是因为这个无明呢我们在这个不知不觉中慢慢渗透在我们的这个观点里面，渗透在我们的知见里面所以呢这也导致在我们的生活里面我们的知见被曲解了被歪曲了而也产生我们对很多事情的这个错误的判断所以呢那这也导致就是我们没办法得到解脱呀所以呢这三种的错误见解呢就是这三种了，就是是无常为永恒呢，以苦为乐啦，以无我为我所以呢在这个禅观的这个修学里面呢我们要来分析五蕴我们要分析这个12入这个是我们所认知的世界，对不对？一般人呢他们就会认为说这个五蕴呢有一个我所以执着有一个灵魂所以呢佛陀教导我们在分析这个五蕴 OK 发现到哪来的我，没有一个我在他在底下操作你明白我意思吗？就是破除这种错误的这个邪知邪见OK 所以呢当然今天因为时间的关系我们没有办法去到很深入不过呢我会 谈两方面，就从两方面来谈。一个就是说，当这个不善的心所生起来的时候，比如说五盖啊，比如说在我们做禅的时候，哎，昏沉来了，掉举来了啊，我们怎么来断除它？这个也是要透过观来修学的呀，对不对？那另外一个呢，就是这个五蕴透这个五蕴 ，OK 啊，所以OK。OK 吗？是这里吗 ？OK。So now we come back to the contemplation of Dhamma 这个法念处，我们说顺念处嘛，法念处是第四类哈。So the contemplation of Dhamma is Dhamma Anupasana, right? Which is the fourth in the four foundation of mindfulness. It has two significance. Okay, two significance. The first referred to the elements of the mental factors. Okay, so these mental factors include the wholesome mental factors as well as the unwholesome mental factors, right? So the unwholesome mental factors here include 5 hindrances. Okay, then another one, wholesome factors include the 7 factors of awakening. Okay, so when we talk about these mental factors, you see these two are the qualities of the mind. You see, our mind has a mixture quality. You know, we have good mind as well as bad mind. Even in the meditation also, you see, the good and bad will come up. Right? So you have to be able to discern, okay, through the Dhamma Pravicaya, to be able to discern the Dhammas. You can find way, you know, either to prevent its arising or to abandon or to promote it. You see, so this is one aspect. Okay, so our mind has a mixture of these wholesome as well as the unwholesome quality. And so, of course, to facilitate our practice of vipassana, right, we need to abandon the unwholesome mental factors and develop, the wholesome mental factors. For example, we will go into the 5 hindrances. Okay, I hope you. I know. I hope you know what is 5 hindrances. These 5 hindrances are unwholesome mental factors. Okay, so in the vipassana training, you see there are 2 steps. Okay, 2 steps to observe the 5 hindrances. The first step is to develop awareness of its presence. Okay. It means that, when the greed arises in us, or when anger arises in us, we have to be able to aware its existence. Okay? Oh, anger arises in me with mindfulness. Okay? Right? Then, with awareness of that particular hindrance, okay, arises in you, then you are able to remove that particular hindrance. Okay, so this is one step. We will go into that afterwards. But then the second one, how about if we are unable to remove these hindrances, or mere awareness is not enough, right? Then we need to go to the second step. That is the counteragent, okay, to prevent them from the arising of the future. So you see, to have an awareness, to have a, it's not enough. We also need the counteragent. So all these things fall under under the training of the vipassana. Okay? So similarly, when you talk about the good mind, in the meditation, we need to promote good mind, isn't it? We need to promote the factors of mindfulness. So these are good mind, you see. Then also you find 2 steps. Okay? One step, the first step is to cultivate this wholesome mind. For example, you have the mental factors of sati, the mindfulness. Okay, so then you have to know, the existence of the mindfulness or not. You cannot just meditate there. It means that your mind is so blurred. Your mind is not able to discern the Dhamma. So you have to know how to discern, the unwholesome as well as the wholesome. Okay. So for example, in this case, it's a wholesome Dhamma. So you have to be able to, to what do you call, to detect the presence of these wholesome Dhammas. And then the second step is, if this wholesome Dhamma, for example, the mindfulness is present, right? You detect, my mind, I am, you have this wholesome Dhamma arises in you, then you know how to develop it and make it complete. Okay? You understand? So this is another aspect of the wholesome mind training. Okay? So we 所以呢，在这个我刚才没有讲中文哈，在谈到这个法念处哦，因为这个法念处里面呢，它的这个观的这个部分还蛮多的啊，主要是有2方面，一份就是心所的这个部分啊，心所的部分呢，基本上一个就是善的心所，一个是恶的心所，啊，这个不善的心所呢，就是比如说五盖啊，这个五盖。那这个不善的心所呢是什么呢？要怎么来观这个五盖呢？怎么来随观这个五盖呢？它是有2个步骤哈。我们等下也会看这个，先给大家提个点啊。这2个步骤呢，第一个就是我们要以这个念来培养它的这个现前，它出现了，我们知道这个不善心所出现了。比如说睡眠哇，睡眠很累哦，哎呦，所以我们要知道这个睡眠升起来了，所以一旦我们有这个念这个觉照观察这个睡眠的升起的话呢，那只要是能够断除的话，那是 OK； 只要不能断除的话呢，那么我们要用第2种方法这第2个步骤呢，就是它的这个对治的方法。比如说我们知道这个睡眠升起来我们要用什么方法来对治它免得它以后又再升起，明白吗所以呢，今天呢，在这个 Vipassana 的这个部分里面呢，我会谈这个五盖的这个部分。好，那另外一个就是善的咯，就是我们说善的心所，这善的心所就包括这个气觉知那当然这个气觉知也有2个步骤一个就是以这个念我们不断的在讲念跟觉知，以这个念来知道它的这个现前还是没有现前只要是在我们的禅修里面呢，这个念升起来了，它是好的这个心所，我们察觉到它了 ，OK， 那知道它。那么不单只是这样，我们还要第2个步骤，这个第2个步骤呢，就是进一步的来发展跟圆满这个善的这个心所，明白吗？只要是它还没有升起来的话，我们让它升起来，升起来了之后呢，我们让它更加的圆满要不然你在那里呢，只是一个静静让它罢了，还是不够的你要再促使它发展的更加的圆满所以这些呢，也是在观禅里面我们要做的所以这些很多的部分呢，我们很多的信徒呢都不察觉到OK， then the second significant is the contemplation of Dhamma, okay, is to analyze the basic constituents of elements, okay, basic constituents that constitutes the so-called an individual, okay. So this is something very significant in Buddhism because, you know, this kind of seeing is discovered by the Buddha himself. So the Buddha analyzed an individual, right, to the minute analysis. Okay, he will analyze, the so-called individual in terms of aggregates, in terms of the 12 sense bases, right? So this is to prove that there is no self. The self is not found, underlying the 5 aggregates. Okay, so we will go to that afterwards. Okay. if you look at these four foundations of mindfulness, the fourth one is the contemplation of Dhamma. So this contemplation of Dhammas, you have these 5 elements, okay? 5 things to be contemplated. And these 5 things, they have their sequential order, where, the 5 hindrances is placed number 1. It means that they are the first Dhamma to be contemplated. Okay, so there are this sequence. Why these 5 hindrances are placed in the first? Okay, you see, when we practice meditation, okay, when we practice meditation, we need to overcome these unwholesome mental factors. When you talk about the unwholesome mental factors in meditation, usually you refer to these 5 hindrances, the sloth and torpor, the restlessness, I cannot meditate, my mind is so restless. You see, these are the common unwholesome mental factors, okay? So these unwholesome mental factors, you see, are collectively called hindrances because they hinder our progress, right? So of course, and if you overcome these 5 hindrances, right, it will make our mind, relatively easier to enter into concentration. Okay, so this is the first Dhamma to be contemplated. And the second one, it says that once the 5 hindrances are overcome, right, then our mind will eventually become more stable, right, and the mind become more receptive, become easier to analyze the 5 aggregates. Okay, so these 5 aggregates, consist of 5 fundamental elements that make up an individual or make up a person. So we talk about the person, like us, made up of these 5 elements. Okay, Rupa, Vedana, Sanchaya, Sanskara, and Vijnana. Okay, make up of these 5 elements. So, why analyze all these things to show you that there is no self underneath. Okay, so this is when we talk about, we will go into this afterwards. So we will look at the first 2 in our Vipassana training. Then you look at the third one. Then 5 hindrances is not enough. We have to continue. What? Continue with the 12th, sense sphere. Okay, this 12th sense sphere consists of 6 inner sense faculties with the 6 outer corresponding objects. Okay, it means the eyes, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. With the corresponding object is like the object. Okay, this is身相位处. So you see this 12. You see this. This is the experience of the world. Okay, experience of the world. And of course, through this analysis, we are able to eradicate, the upside down views of self. Okay, so again, it's about the analysis of non-self, right? And number 4 is the 7 bojjhanga. You see, I find it very interesting because, we need to develop, the wholesome, the skillful, the mental factors in us. You see, it says that it's one of these things, solve, if you are trained, to see, individual, from the perspective of non-self, then you come to another very important training that is to, to what do you call, to develop the 7 factors of awakening. Okay. It says that if we successfully, developing these 7 factors of enlightenment of this awakening, then it becomes a necessary condition for seeing the Four Noble Truths. You see? So we are just not just diam do. You see, we have so many things to do in our Vipassana training. So you need to know a little bit. You see, you said, this one's so difficult, then I better not. And then you were defeated. So don't give up. Don't give up. So today, we are just planting the seed, whether you understand or not. But Buddha says, we are trained to understand the Vipassana's teaching. again and again and again. Okay, put them into the practice. And then eventually, finally, we are able to see the Four Noble Truths as they are. Okay, so once you see the Four Noble Truths, you are normal and worthly, you become an Arya. You see, you are now very close to Nirvana. So you can see this is the contemplation of the Dhamma. Okay, so the Dhamma consists of these two aspects. One is the mental aspect, and mental factors aspect, wholesome and unwholesome mental factors. Another one is to analyze, the non-self of what's so-called an individual. Okay, through the analysis of five aggregates as well as the 12 sense bases 啊。所以呢，在这个法随观里面呢，很有趣的，这个法随观里面呢，它有谈到无法啊。其实呢，我们讲说这个 Vipassana 的这个练习呢，不是只是在那里做这什么事都不用去想啊。这种的法随观呢，它有无法，它有它的次序哈。它的这个次序呢，很有意思哈。他提到的第一个就是五盖了。为什么？他说，在我们修行的时候啊，我们可能会要克服，我们可能会有一些什么烦恼，会有一些五盖来障碍我们的修行。比如说，一坐禅的时候呢，昏沉来了，掉举来了，心不安，坐不下去，哎呦，一直在看时间，几时可以呢？起身你看这些都是一些不善的心所就悄悄的进入我们的心房所以呢，这些不善的心所呢，在我们的训练过程里面呢，我们当它出现的时候，我们要知道它的这个现起 ，OK？ 那它的现起之后呢，我们要找出它的对治方法不让或者是断除，不让这不善的心所生起来。所以这个是在修行很重要的这个这也是要观呐那接下来我们再看，就是说，当在修观的这个过程里面，五盖被我们降服了，那我们的心呢就变得更加的稳定那这种稳定的心呢，我们就可以呢对这个五蕴呢有一个分析所以呢我们就进入了这个第二个了，就是五蕴这个五蕴呢就是五种基本的元素嘛色受想行识构成所谓这个人所以呢接下来我们再看当那五蕴的分析还是不够的，我们还是要有这个内六处、外六处，就是12处的这个分析所以呢，透过这个12处的分析呢，让我们看到这个外面的世界没有一个我在主宰没有个我在主宰OK？ 所以你看第二个跟第三的方式，其实就是要破除这个无我所以我们会看到。什么 Sabbe Dhamma Anattadi 就诸法无我，法就是这个部分的法无我，要看到这个无我OK， 那么接下来呢，有了这个两种的分析就是五蕴跟这个12入这两种无我的这个分析之后呢，那对于我们发展这个气觉知，然后气觉知就是善法来的就奠定了一个很好的基础了 OK， 因为那个时候呢，你已经不再有任何不善心所来干扰了所以呢当我们成功在建立这个气觉知之后呢我们就提供了一个很好觉悟的一个条件这个所谓觉悟的条件呢，就是看到苦了，对啊，所以这个四圣谛呢，就是看到了这个苦寂灭道了所以你看这个气觉知就提供一个很好的平台让我们看到了这个苦寂灭道。当你看到了苦寂灭道呢，你已经不再是凡夫了，你是圣人了指日可待你就可以呢证悟了所以你看到的这个法的这个随观呢不是在那里你自己做乜嘞其实它是一个很密集很严谨的这个训练来的OK， 那再谈到 OK， now we look at these two stages in the contemplation of five hindrances. Okay, now the five hindrances are the first object of the contemplation of the Dhamma, right? And there are these two stages, right, in the contemplation of the five aggregates. The first stage, right, is to know the present or absent, okay, of 5 hindrances. Then if you don't even detect the hindrances, then you won't be able to abandon defilements, isn't it? You see, the whole of the spiritual practice is about the abandoning of defilements. So if you don't know the arising of these hindrances, then you don't know how to abandon them, right? So only once you detect the arising of this hindrance, then you are able to abandon it. So this is the first stage of recognizing the present or the absence of the 5 hindrances. Okay? Say, if through the recognizing this, the arising of these, the 5 hindrances is still not enough. If we are still unable to remove these hindrances, then we go to the second stage. Okay? The second stage is about knowing the condition. Okay? It means that awareness of the condition that lead to the hindrances. In that way, it helps to remove remove an arisen hindrance and prevent its future rising. Okay? So, 我们来看一下哈，Yeah, if present, knowing the condition that lead to the removal. If removed, knowing the condition that prevent the future rising. You see, so this one is a vipassana. So we are trained to see in this way. Okay? We are trained to see things very specifically. So these are 2 stages in our contemplation of the Dhamma. 所以呢，这个5盖呢，就是我们提到的，就是我们讲的这个法念处的修学的第一个对象那这里面有2个步骤来消除这个5盖。第一个呢，就是觉察它的现前就是当这个昏沉起来的时候呢，只要是我们觉察这个昏沉起来呢，只要是能够断掉这个昏沉，那是最好只要是不能的话呢，那我们就进去第2个步骤了就是说这个昏沉起来的时候呢，是什么导致它升起来？是吗？是不是自己吃得太饱？OK 那么只要是如果它现起来的时候呢，我们也要知道就是怎么去除这个昏沉的这个条件那当然，假如是这个昏沉被去除了呢，我们也要知道防止它在未来再升起。所以你看，整个观的这个修学是不是很严谨啊？严谨吗？非常非常的严谨所以我们应该就给大家知道嘛那 then okay we look at the different measure we talk about the measure we find it more interesting okay so yeah in order to prevent the arising the first hindrance is what do you call the sensual desire okay and we are talking about the helpful measure to prevent arising of sensual desire here it says of course there are many others but I just take the few the first for example the contemplation of the anatomical constitution of the body and of a decaying corpse. So yeah, these are 2 methods of the unattractive meditation practice. Okay, 2 methods of Asubha Bhavana consists of these 32 parts. Okay, analyze the bodies into the 32 parts. Another one is to contemplate each process of decompose of the body of decaying corpse. Okay, and right. So this is all the very effective measure. Right? Of course, now we don't have the opportunity to see the real corpse or to see the body, but you can look at some of the books. You can look at the books. How this the decaying corpse process. Okay. And you also contemplate by looking at that corpse. You yourself also one day will become like that. You see? So in this way, it helps to reduce to the sensual desire to a certain extent. And of course, be careful. this purpose of cultivating asubha bhavana is not to generate disgust, but to get rid of the attachment。所以呢，这个去除这个贪欲盖的这个方法呢，也有不少但呢，我就提这第一个部分，就是有关于这个随观身分或者是俯视。这个身观这个身分就是指这个32部，就是我们身体把我们身体切割可以分成32个部位这个不净观。那么这不净另外一个就是腐尸，就是怎么讲呢？就是尸体发生这个腐坏的9个这个阶段当然我们现在没有机会看到，但是偶尔我们会在路边看到那些死去的那些狗所以呢，我们观想一下我们人死后呢只要没有即刻拿去火葬的话呢，大概也就是这样子经过这个阶段然后就剩下骨头了嘛所以呢，我们有一天身体也会像他这样子，有什么好眷恋呢？对这个身体呢？所以呢，这个修行的部分呢，主要的目的呢，当然重要的不是在引发这个对这个身体的这个厌恶而是呢，透过这个修行的方法呢，为了要断除这个执着了就对我的这个执着，也是我的执着。Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we look at the second one. The second hindrance, that is the anger. So we have seen that the developments of loving kindness is very effective, to get rid of, this thought of anger. And just now we have practiced it. Then of course, the practice of loving kindness provides a very good platform for the vipassana meditation. Why? Because as you have the practice of loving kindness, your mind will become soft, right? More receptive, more liable to access into concentration. And of course, once your mind becomes soft, right, you are able to have these endurance attitudes. Okay, when someone scolds you, you wouldn't react immediately, but you will pause for a while, and or at least it gives you some wisdom, to face any kind of criticism or any abuse or any attack or insult or criticism. Okay, so you can see that as we practice some vipassana, we need to have the metta meditation as a foundation, because vipassana sometimes can be very dry. Yeah, so you need some soft elements, to balance it. So this kind of loving kindness is considered a very effective measure, to make your mind soft. As you practice vipassana, seeing things as non-self, but suddenly if someone scolds you, or you cannot tahan, then how? Then everything gone now. At least you have the loving kindness as a base. You could pause for a while, okay, and think that no, I shouldn't do this. So you have a wisdom to handle this, and this is how your wisdom grows. Your vipassana is strengthened. OK， 所以呢，在第二个这个不善法五盖呢，这个嗔恨我们要怎么来对治它呢？就是用慈心来对治它这个慈心呢，也给这个观禅提供一个很好的这个禅学的基础那也让我们的心呢更加的这个柔软那么也有这个忍辱的这个态度呢，去面对任何的一些不善的这个批评、咒骂或者是攻击、人身攻击，或者是种种的侮辱所以呢，在我们的日常生活里面难免我们没办法讨好每一个人这样 有一些人肯定就会四处的去破坏你。那假如是你没有这个慈心的作为基础的话呢，你天天在关这个无我，突然间一个不善的声音来干扰你的时候呢，哇，你这个无明火就起来了。那这个无明火起来的时候呢，把你什么东西都烧坏了所以呢，我们讲说这个观察呢，它其实也是需要一些善的一些对治的方法让我们更加的处理，更加好的来处理这些让我们的内心呢更加的这个温柔等等所以呢我们修行人真的所修观禅其实我们更需要的是要修这个慈悲我们要修这个慈，让我们呢内心里面更有智慧在处理这些不善的这个心所就包括嗔恨也好所以呢，要不然的话呢，你只是天天在禅修里面每天看无我，突然间人家骂你的时候，哇，无明火起来的时候呢，那就不得了了。那你过去所有这些什么善的这些功德呢，就全部被破坏到完了所以我们需要找一些方法来对治。所以呢，我们说定跟观它是相辅相成相辅相成。OK， 有观没有定也很难成就呢，就像我刚才讲的所以定至少说你 pause 一下，停一下还是不要好我们是修忍辱一下也比较好所以你看在修定，在修观跟定的过程是同步增长的。Okay, now of course the next is the reflecting on the inevitability of karmic retribution， 就是思维自己所造的业是自己的财产So just now we have seen that in the practice of meditation, right? We day-to-day experience, okay, whether good or bad, we have to maintain a balanced state of mind, okay? Whatever criticism it is, once you have the upekkha attitude, you will realize, all beings, have cause and effect. You see, even though he criticized me, you realize one day he will reap the result of his bad karma. Okay, so it means that you don't want to criticize back, but you practice a balanced state of mind, because as he criticizes, he is accumulating the bad karma, but we accumulate good karma because we don't react. Instead, we practice with compassion because we feel very sorry to him. Okay, so in that way, you can maintain a balanced state of mind, right? That is because of the concept of the karma. So you see, everyone, experiencing their own karma. You see whether good or bad, that they have been accumulated in the past, right? So even though when you experience something bad, it's okay. Don't feel regret. Don't feel sorry. You just think that, that could be due to my past karma. So now I reap my bad consequences. It's okay. You accept it with a balanced state of mind. Okay. So this kind of karma, contemplation on this balanced state of mind will give us a deep insight, deeper wisdom to calm our mind. You see, prepare for vipassana is not easy. So you need all this what you call, to prepare the very good grounding. So 我们在讲说这个嗔恨我们可以呢思维自己业那么要成就这个舍心我们一定要思维这个业就是每一个人呢都要去承担他自己所做过的业。比如说有时候像我们平时或者是突然间有一个人就会向着你骂你什么之类的当然我们有修观禅的人呢，我们可能就会认为说算了吧我们也不要跟他斤斤计较，可能他在骂我的当下，其实他内心也不好受，是吧？因为假设他跟一个石头像我这样的话呢，骂我的话呢，我没有感觉的话，其实他骂两句他就收了烧声了，是吗？大概就是这样子。所以呢，我们就抱着一种同情心，就是说他这样子骂我，其实他是不断的在造业 啊。所以呢，当你这样子想的时候呢，油然而生就对它升起一种悲心了啊。那么这样的一个态度呢，我们就可以呢，心就会得到平静啊。明白意思吗？就是说他这样子对我不好，其实他是在造恶业呢。所以我也不想说在那个恶业上再制造更多的火，我唯有就停下来啊。这种停下来不是退缩，这种停下来是因为你有智慧看到这个业所带来的这种恶果啊。要是你在踩进一脚的时候，你也在造业啊，对不对？只要我停止的话 ，OK 啊，他再骂多两句，他就停掉了咯。啊，所以呢，那也是出于你的悲心啊，也不希望说他的这个痛苦啊在增长这样子啊。所以呢，有了这个什么啊，这个方法啊，这个思维这个业呢啊，我们就可以呢啊，不管遇到什么事情啊，我们不会怨天尤人啊，那我们的心更有乐气向这个平静。所以呢，这个观跟这个定呢是相辅相成的啊。假如是我们修观而没有定的话，你想遇到这种情况会发生什么事情，真的没办法想象啊。可以想象一下那个场合是非常恐怖的，对不对？Okay, now we come to the third hindrance. The third hindrance is what you call the sloth and torpor. It means that the sleepiness, the drowsiness. 就是昏沉睡眠。Then this one is from the suttas. The suttas from the Anguttara Nikaya. In these suttas, the Buddha taught Moggallana, how to overcome sloth and torpor in these 8 methods. Okay, I find it very interesting because this is very ancient text, and you look at this countermeasure. They are very relevant. Okay, so I think worth to share with you. Okay, first of all, don't attend to the perception. Okay, when you have that sloth torpor arises, don't attend to it. Okay, it means that you apply. Okay, the recognizing the sloth and torpor arises in you. Okay, so this is the first step. If this one cannot be done, cannot be solved, right? Then you continue. Right? Recall to awareness the Dhamma as you have heard and memorize it. Re-examine and ponder it over in your mind. It's possible. By doing this, you will shake off your drowsiness. OK， 所以呢，我看我应该不需要再谈的很多哈，因为文字上已经很清楚了。就是说，在这个真知部里面有谈到这8种的这个对治方法啊。那佛陀呢教导这个目犍连尊者如何克服这个禅修里面昏沉所生起来他的8种的这个方法对治就是第一呢，就是不应注意那个昏沉睡眠的这个念头就是我们不要去注意，是吧？然后调整一下我们的心的这个状态。好，那第二呢，就是思维这个佛法思维这个佛法，就是之前你所听到的或者是所学到的这个法呢，用心的去思维。比如说佛陀讲的是圣地八正道我们来思维一下对吗？所以呢，坐禅呢，真的是要了解佛法的呀，不是说我只是坐禅就好了，这些我不要去了解，是吧？像早上我今天有讲了。Okay, now the third one, if that doesn't work, then what else you can do is to repeat aloud in details the Dhamma as you have heard and memorized it. It's possible. By doing this, you will shake off your drowsiness. Okay? So 这个第3种方法呢，就是说，假如思维佛法还是不够的话呢，像思维还是不够，还是很想睡觉的话，那你就把它念出来好了，是吗？把它念出来好了所以呢，把这个念诵所以呢，为什么在佛教的传统呢，一般就是说小孩子出家呢，会叫他背经3藏，就是这样子，管他懂不懂，反正就是背下来。那你会发现到，在你背完之后呢，你会用到的比如说在禅定里面你可以把它念出来把它念出来。这样的话，当然了，不要在大众念你一个人念 然后可以背诵佛法。那第4的话呢，假如是在背诵佛法，你还是在那里睡觉的话 ，OK，then how you try to pull both the earlobes and rub the limbs with your hand. Okay, this is also very ancient practice. OK， 就是拉扯自己的耳朵哈，按摩这个四肢哈。I find it quite relevant. Then the 5th, okay, if rubbing, pull the ear, okay, still tak boleh pakai then how? You get up from your seat and washing your eyes with water. Look around in all directions and outward to the major star and constellation. Okay? Then see whether you can shake off your drowsiness or not. Okay? 那么接下来就是说，假如是那个拉耳朵还是不行的，还是在那里想睡觉的话呢，怎么办呢？就是你可以起身用水洗脸，然后呢洗脸之后呢遥望这个那个天空的星辰遥望这个太空这个天空最好是在草地上让我们的这个mind 比较放松不要绷得这么紧OK， 假如是这样的方法 still tak boleh pakai, okay? Then how? Attend to the perception of light to develop a brightened mind. OK 所以你可以试着呢注视这个光这个光明这是我们讲光明相。一般上呢我们会点这个蜡烛比如说看蜡烛，点一支蜡烛。假如说我们在做禅想睡觉，我们可以看那个蜡烛，然后唤醒我们内心的这个光明我们会昏沉，那是因为我们内心很浑浊，是吗？所以你看这个灯的时候呢，观想这个灯，然后把你内心的那种浑浊呢，把它再次的给它放亮让我们的心呢有更深、有更清晰这样子所以呢，只要是在坐禅呢，点一盏蜡烛呢可以保持我们内心的平静Okay, now the 7th, try out perception of what lies in front and behind. Okay, set the distance to meditate walking back and forth. Then your senses inwardly immerse, your mind not straying outward. OK 意思就是说，假如是你在禅定这样子的方法还在那里昏沉的话呢，按之后嘞，那就你可以呢试着就是行禅咯当然这个行禅是什么呢？就是我们要怎么讲？就是我们的这个怎么讲呢？就是我们要令我们的这个根向内收摄不让心向外飘荡意思就是说我们可以试着精行精行这样子让我们的心呢不向外面向内在Okay, then the last one, if this doesn't help, then we try to what? Reclining on your right side. Okay, then you take out the lion postures, one foot placed on top of the other. Be mindful, be alert, with your mindset on getting up. Okay, so you can remind as you recline. I'm going to rest for 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, then immediately after 15, you wake up and get up quickly. Okay, don't say no. Another 10 minutes lah. Then after 10 minutes, then another 10 minutes. That doesn't help. Then you also have a thoughts like this. I'm not going to indulge in this pleasure of lying down, the pleasure of reclining, or the pleasure of drowsiness. So you have to train yourself like this. Be a good disciple of the Buddhas. Okay, I should work diligently for the abandoning of my deformities. Yeah, so you try to, 所以呢，我们讲说，最后的方法，只要是真的前七种都没有办法搞定的话呢，那你就试着以这个狮子卧吧，就是这样子 是这样子睡吗？right 嘛，就 right side 这样子。OK 啊，就尝试狮子卧，然后把你的这个左脚 OK， 然后摆放在这个右脚上面，这样左右就是狮子卧啊。然后呢，在你躺下去的时候呢，你就告诉你的内心说，我只要躺15分钟或者半个小时啊。那时间一到的时候呢，就要赶快起身啊，不要在那里，哎呀，我还要多10分钟，哎，我还要多10分钟，那个就不是在狮子卧了哈，那个叫做那个叫做什么贪睡了哈。那么同时呢，你也告诉你自己说，我作为一个佛弟子哈，我的责任呢就是要断除这个烦恼，我不应该这样子放任自己，所以呢，这样子不提个醒那你就会精进这样子啊。OK 你看几不容易哦。OK OK, the fourth is about the restlessness and remorse. Then of course, I think you know what is restlessness. Your mind think too much. Okay, think too much. So if you can't focus, when you have this restlessness, okay, you try to use the method of breathing in and out to calm your mind. Okay, so you can try with the deep breathing. Take in a deep breath. Then relax and breathe out. Okay, you see whether you can do that or not. Of course, some teacher will ask you to count the breathing from 1 to 8. Okay, and in the reverse order. So to develop the clarity of the mind, so you won't fall into the restless. Okay, and of course, try to keep noble silent low. If in a meditation you talk too much, then how to meditate? You try to find someone to talk and talk and talk. Then you are not in the meditation. Your mind becomes so restless. Okay. Okay. Or you also can try other methods like, when I was conducting a retreat, for the youngsters, for the young teens or young kids. I know they cannot meditate. And I was very lucky, I was able to, get some, one Shaolin Kung Fu master from China. And he came here, to teach the young one, the Kung Fu. Okay? So imagine that the children have so much energy, when they practice the Kung Fu, then after Kung Fu, they can meditate better, If not, they have so much energy when they can't meditate. So you want to exhaust their energy, then they will come to meditation in proper. 所以以前呢，这个什么，这个吊举追悔这个方法，其实就是我们想的太多所以有时在禅修我们不禁语的话呢，你在那里一直找机会跟人家聊天的话呢，那你没有办法坐禅的。我告诉你，没办法坐禅。你一直在想说，等下要找谁来聊天呢？等下要讲什么东西？你的念头一直在思考很多的东西。那当然，有时候我们在讲说，小孩子呢，你叫他禅修很难，因为他会想很多东西，他没办法坐禅。所以呢，因为他太有精力了，对不对？他太有精力了。所以我以前在办这个小孩子的这个短期出家那么我通常都会请一位外国的少林和尚，就中国的少林和尚过来，就是专门教这小孩子打拳那么这小孩子呢，打完拳之后呢，哇，我跟你讲他们坐禅做得非常好为什么？他们所有的精力全部被打完了，然后呢，他们的心就平静下来了所以呢，我发现到呢，我在那里呢，每次打完拳之后呢，我就给他们一个禅修比赛，看谁坐最久。我告诉你这些小孩子全部都可以坐上1个钟头一直到我说没有办法了，我都不知道怎么来区分你们谁拿第1、第2了。我说你们整班人都拿第1名，然后整班人都有奖，他们开心的不得了。我就觉得就是这样子。所以呢，有时我们在讲，就是我们在禅定里面精力旺盛那怎么办呢？You see, You can try. You find it very difficult to stabilize, to calm down your mind. Probably you think of to introduce what you call the yoga meditation, the yoga, stretching the body, or you try the walking meditation. Right? Probably that way can help to settle down your mind. Okay, and then after that you come back to your breathing. So take this as a preparatory effort. Okay, the last one is about the doubt. Okay, of course, to know these doubts, you have to know the Buddha's teaching. Like now I'm teaching you. So you see, Vipassana is not just diam duduk day, contemplating rising, falling. No, you have much more to do than this. Okay, first you have to settle down your mind first. If your mind is not settled down, it's difficult to focus on, to analyze or to train. To be aware of the nature of the impermanent. So you need to, to be learned in the Buddha's teaching. Okay. Now we look at the second part. The second part is about the five hindrances, and there are two stages in the contemplation of the five hindrances. And two stages, and the first is the clear recognition, of the nature of the five aggregates, and the second one is awareness of each aggregate, it's arising and passing away. It means that the nature of impermanent and the conditioned nature of aggregates. So you have these two stages. One is the analysis into these five aggregates. So you have to know what is Rupa, what is Vedana, what is Sanya, what is Sankhara, and what is Vijnana. Okay? So this is the first part. And the second part is the knowing the impermanent nature of each aggregate. Okay? Yeah. You see, of course, Theravada don't have the Heart Sutra. You see, in the Heart Sutra, you have a statement like, perceiving the five aggregates as empty. Now the Sanskrit read like this: Bihava lokayati sma panchaskanda tangscha swabhava shunyang pashyati. It means that you're perceiving the five aggregates as empty. So here the empty referred to the empty of self. There's no self. Right? Everything is dependent, co-arisen. So this kind of contemplation of the nature of impermanence require a constant training and the recognition and understanding, of these five aggregates is very important. Right? So when we understand, fully understand, and we will detach, from it, then we will, gain the complete freedom from the suffering. Okay, so this is also training 所以呢，在这个念处里面呢，有讲到这个五蕴的这个随观经文那么这五种的这个随观经文呢，有两个阶段。第一个阶段呢，就是明确的认出每一个蕴的这个特质，对吧？第二种就是觉知每一个蕴的升起和灭去，就是它升起跟消逝，知道每一个蕴的这个无常性所以呢，在这个心经北传的心经里面有一段经文讲得很好，就是说照见五蕴皆空，对吧？度一切苦厄有吗？这个梵文我觉得这个梵文很好听，就 Bihava lokaya desma panchaskandas tangscha swabhava shunyam。它里面谈到的就是说，这是五蕴呢，色受想行识呢，它本身是空的，本身是空的。唯有了解这个五蕴它空的这个性质呢，你才能够脱离这个苦所以这里面谈到这个空呢，就是指没有一个实质的这个我有一个灵魂在主宰一切呢都是因缘法因缘所生法所以呢，明白了这个因缘所生法呢，我们才能够断除这个贪着那么才看到了这个苦地明白吗 Okay, now I think we don't have much time to go through, each individual aggregates. Yeah. Anyway, you can have a look at it. You have the Rupa, Vedana, Sanchaya, Sanskara, and Vichnyana. Okay. So, to be able to recognize the nature of these five aggregates. So this is the first stage. 所以呢，第一个阶段呢，就是认出每一个韵的这个性质啊，比如说什么是色啊，什么是受啊，什么是想啊，什么是行啊，什么是韵啊，因为这是很基本的啊，所以呢，修学观察呢，一定要认识这五韵。好啊，这个呢，我们有时间好，我们再继续聊哈。Now the second stage is the contemplation, is the awareness, okay, of the arising and passing away of each aggregates and their nature of condition for arising. Okay, it means that there is no single aggregates that can exist individually. You see, they are all mutually dependent. Okay. So yeah, after the enlightenment of the Buddhas, right, he went to see 5 monks and taught them the Four Noble Truths. Then it says that after the talk, one of his disciples, called Kondanya, realized the truth of suffering and the truth of the cessation of suffering. And the Dhamma that he realized is something also very significant that worth our contemplation. That is, whatever is of the nature of rising is of the nature of ceasing. So, yang kinchi samudaya dhamma, sabang tang nirodha dhamma. 所以呢，这个就是我们简单的这个第二个步骤就是觉知每个云的升起跟灭气，它的消逝知道每个云的无常性那这里面呢我们看到就佛陀成道之后他就度化他的五比丘他早期跟随他的五弟子，那么就给他们讲这个四圣谛。那么讲完之后呢，他的其中一个弟子呢叫乔成如就证得这个苦的熄灭了。那他所证得的这个法义是什么呢？我们都好奇嘛，是吧？你不可能就在那里做enlighten， 你要那个 enlighten 内容是什么的吗？是吧？所以那一下是什么呢？原来他那一下呢，就是yang kinchi samudaya dhamma sabang tang nirodha dhamma， 意思就是说，所有的记起法呢，都是灭尽法这个是他觉悟的内容So this is how we should train, our mindfulness of the impermanent nature of these 5 aggregates. Okay. Okay, so I think this is the last. So, okay, so we have seen briefly, these 2 dhammas. Okay, pertaining to this contemplation of dhammas. Right. One is 5 hindrances, and another one is 5 aggregates. Right? Then, okay, so through all these things, the vipassana meditation, right, is to train us to discover, the fundamental qualities of all conditioned things, right, which are nature, which are having the nature of impermanent, suffering, and the non-self. Okay. Then once you understand these things, our mind becomes free from all the cognitive, okay? And when you understand this, you surely attain the Zen. You become an Arya, okay? It means that you are normal, you're not deluded by all these upside downness of view. In fact, you've seen it with clarity, with proper understanding. Okay? So you are now very close to Nibbana. Okay, so then in one place the Buddha says, give out the 5 aggregates because none of the aggregates belongs to you. 所以呢，我们谈到这个观禅呢，那这个观禅呢，我们看到也很多一项那么其实这个观禅的最终训练呢，就是要我们去 发现啊，这个诸行的这个基本的特质啊，就是它的无常性、它的无我性跟它的苦啊。所以当我们看到呢一切行是无常、苦、无我的话呢，那我们的心就看到了这个缘生缘灭的法啊，我们就看到了是圣地了。OK， 看到了是圣地啊，所以呢，佛陀啊也劝诫他的弟子们哈，他说放去五蕴吧啊，因为呢没有一个欲呢是你真正拥有的。OK， 啊，所以呢这个就是总结啊，我今天啊要跟大家谈的这个观的这个修学了。萨利萨。
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Dhammapala, for the very interesting, inspiring and mentally, spiritually enriching talk on Vipassana meditation and guided us in a short practice. Now it's on Q&A session. Do we have any questions?
感谢保护尊者为我们详细的解说了什么是内观禅。现在我们是问与答的环节，请问大家有没有疑问呢？还是想要再详细的更了解这内观禅根吗？还有线上的法友们有没有疑问？可以在留言区写下你的疑问，我们可以代读，然后请法师为我们解答。
OK， 有吗？
Right. We have a question. Bhante, mindfulness meditation is now very popular in the West, but it
Okay.
is non-secular. A non-secular type of mindfulness meditation also lead to enlightenment.
就是 can non-secular types of mindfulness meditation lead to enlightenment. Okay. Yes, indeed. Meditation on the practice of mindfulness meditation has been quite popular in the West. I think that is because this mindfulness practice has been proved very effectively as one of the healing power, for counter the the mental stress, etc., etc. And a lot of discovery, a lot of research has been done that mindfulness indeed brings so much benefits. Okay, and of course we look at this mindfulness meditation when they design the course of mindfulness course in the West. They tend to remove all the religious elements and make it comfortable, right, to common people to easily access to mindfulness meditation without hesitation or being converted to Buddhism, right? So you see, if you look at some of the popular meditation training in the West, right, you don't find much of the training okay, to emphasizing the realization of Nibbana. It means that they don't emphasize that part, okay? They emphasize more of the healing power, okay? You practice this, you get rid of this, you practice that, you get rid of that. It makes it, more direct. As you practice the mindfulness, you can solve your mental stress, you can, you improve this, improve that, okay? It means that more practical, from that practical point of view, okay? And they don't emphasize much of what we have said, the realization of Nibbana, like the cessation of suffering. They don't emphasize that. You see, this morning till afternoon, we emphasize a lot on, the, what they call it, abundance of defilement. But for them, they don't talk this part. You see, they talk, from that pragmatic point. So, that makes a difference. You see, though they practice meditation, mindfulness meditation, right? Of mindfulness, though the mindfulness is there, but I think the approach is very different. Our approach is for the attaining of Nibbana. But for their approach, it's just to have, to what they call, to release from their mental stress, to have the, the fit, the physical body. That's all. So approach are very different. Okay. So, and of course, I believe, these peoples, they have a very good training in the West. I believe somehow in the future, when the conditions are ripened, you see, they will look for more of this kind of vipassana training, vipassana aspect of meditation, right? And hopefully, bringing them to the realization of Four Noble Truths, then there will be a complete one. Okay, so I don't negate the efficacy of their training, but somehow, they don't emphasize that. So that one they have ready to come to our Buddhist temple. Okay, so the approach are different. The target also different.
Thank you very much. Now we'll look at the time. Due to time constraint, we will end the Q&A session. Thank you very much, Dr. Dhammapala, for the very interesting, inspiring, mentally and spiritually enriching talk, as well as those profound answers to our question. We are very grateful to Bhante for conducting today's retreat for our benefits and teaching and guiding us in metta and vipassana meditation.
我们非常感谢法护尊者今天为我们讲解了和教导了2种的佛法禅修，也对我们所发问的问题都给予清楚的解答。我们由衷的感激和谢谢尊者，为了大家的利益，指导我们如何进行慈心禅和内观禅的练习，让我们大家都在身心灵都受益良多，对吗？萨土。如果同意的，请大家说萨土。
Very good. Brother and sister in the Dhamma, before we close this final series of MyWesak60, 1,000 people meditation retreat in commemoration of the 60th anniversary of Wesak Day as an official national public holiday in Malaysia. The president of the Malaysia Buddhist Festival, the organizer of MyWesak60, Brother Loka Sai Kai, would like to convey his message and thanks and gratitude.
各位法友，我们知道今天的一日禅修是为了纪念卫赛节被列为马来西亚官方公共假期的60周年。在我们结束这大马卫赛节60周年庆最后一场的千人禅修共修会之前，我们邀请大家观看一段视频。这是马来西亚佛教节日庆主席，也是大马卫赛节60周年庆的主办人黄世界居士的感恩词。
Sukiotu Tashidele Taja Jisiang. Respected members of the Mahasangha, brothers and sisters in the Dhamma. We are coming to the closing of the MyWesak60 1,000 people meditation retreat, which started on August 7, 2022. The Malaysia Buddhist Festival is a platform of unity to create inter-tradition awareness and understanding in our community. MBF also aims to educate the community on our heritage, history, and culture of Buddhism in Malaysia. MyWesak60 is a year-long event held in conjunction with the commemoration of Vesak Day as a national public holiday in Malaysia for the 60th years. This event is organized by MBF and 19 others Buddhist organizations nationwide. The 1,000 people meditation retreat is an opportunity for us to engage, interact, and learn from each other of our practices and the Buddha's teachings from various approaches. Brothers and sisters in Dhamma, I'm elated to observe the close rapport and cooperation of organizations and individuals involved in the planning, coordination, and implementation of this event, involving the Mahayana, Theravada, and Rajana traditions in sharing their methods of meditation to all practitioners, either online or present in person in various centers. I believe this initiative had further strengthened our cross-traditions fellowship and expand our horizons in our daily Dhamma practices. I look forward for all organizations to continue to cultivate this openness in embracing the richness and beauty of Buddhism in Malaysia. On behalf of MBF, I would like to thank all Buddhist centers and the members, especially the event venue host, namely the Hobing Buddhist Temple, the Dhamma Drum Mountain Buddhist Center, and Subang Jaya Buddhist Association for the support and contributions towards the success of this event. Our utmost gratitude to Venerable Ji Chen, Venerable Chuan Wen, Venerable Chang Chao, Venerable Lama Lodro Thai, Venerable Khenpo Jamyong, and our teacher for today's retreat at SJBA, Venerable Dr. Dhammapala, for the guidance and teachings for this 1,000 people meditation retreats. We also like to thank everyone for your participation, and also the volunteers and the members of the Secretariat for the efforts in ensuring the smooth success of this event. With these happy thoughts and gratitude, I hereby officially close the MyWesak60 1,000 people meditation retreat. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
We are very grateful and thankful to Venerable Dr. Dhammapala for teaching and guiding us in meditation today. We wish to perform our duty to offer requisites to the Sangha.
我们非常和衷心的感谢法护尊者今天的教学和禅修事件指导。我们也希望履行护法居士的职责，供奉僧团必需品。
I'd like to invite Brother Jim to do the offering on our behalf. Let's do it together. Sangha Sadema Sadhu Sadhu Sadhu. Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, today we have all participated in this meditation, listening to the doctrine and partake in the practice. We have accumulated lots of good merits. Let us now invite Venerable Dr. Dhammapala to lead us in the dedication of merits that we have accumulated today with all sentient beings.
各位法友，今天我们参与了这个一日禅修共修会，聆听佛法，参与禅修实践，累积了很多善行功德。现在让我们邀请法护尊者带领大家把所累积的功德皆奉献分享于一切有情众生。
Patidana, transference of merit, 功德回向。Akasata Jabumata Devanaga Mahedika Punyang Anumoditwa Chirang Rakantu Loka Sasanang Chirang Rakantu Desanang Chirang Rakantu Mang Parang Etavata Cha Amhehi Sampadang Punya Sampadang Sabe Deva Sabe Sata Sabe Buddha Anumodantu Sapasa Patisidiya Idang me nyatina hotu sukita hontu nyatayo Idang me nyatina hotu sukita hontu nyatayo Idang me nyatina hotu sukita hontu nyatayo Imina punya kamena mame bala samagamo Sata samagamo hotu yavanik Banapatiya Idang me punya asava kaya vahang hotu Idang me punya nikbana sepat ชโยโหตุสาธุสาธุสาธุ
好，我们感谢法护尊者今天的教学和禅修事件指导，我们也随喜赞叹所有法友们的参与。各位法友，在我们结束之前，请大家合掌，一起顶礼三宝。
Venerable Dr. Dhammapala, once again, thank you very much for leading us in today's meditation session. And sadhu to all devotees in participating. Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, before we end, let us pay homage to the Triple Gems. Budang bujemi Dhammang pujemi Sanghang pujemi Sukhi Hontu. This is the end of our meditation session. Thank you very much. Sadhu to all the devotees in participating. Thank you to all the volunteers who have ensured the success of today's event.
谢谢我们所有网络线上以及现场的法友们一同参与今天的一日禅修共修会。我们也不忘记义工们的贡献，饮食上和我们的 technical team 我们的技术人员真的是花了很多心思，帮我们把这场最后一场的千人禅修完美的画上一个句点。好，我们今天就到此为止，祝福大家吉祥安康快乐。萨埵萨埵萨埵。
Bahung sahan semabhinim mitesayudantang ngirimi kelang uditagora sasena marang dana di dhamma vidhi